Chapter 16 of the Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. King Solomon's Mines. The whereabouts of that gold-producing country, whence the navies of Israel and Tyre brought wealth unparalleled at any other period in history, has always been a favorite subject of speculation. Arabia and Hindostan, the Malay archipelago, and Spain, in turn provided a theoretical site for the land of Ophir. Nor were scholars lacking who suggested different parts of the African continent. But the true locality remained unknown. The very names of Tarshish and Ophir have been blotted out save for the pages of Holy Writ. During the closing decades of last century, this academic question unexpectedly assumed a practical form. Europeans were slowly awakening to the value of Africa as a field for exploitation, when settlers in the southern colonies had their appetites whetted for adventure. Somewhere in the unoccupied interior, it was whispered, lay those famous goldfields from which King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba drew their treasures, probably still unexhausted. A hill on the borders of Zululand has always been known to the natives as Thaba la Suliman. Rumor tells of a broad track leading south from the Matopo Hills, on which, overgrown as it is, may be seen the ruts of former heavy traffic. Naturally, this decaying highway bears the local designation of King Solomon's Road. Old Portuguese settlers on the Sofala coast found the name of the Queen of Sheba connected with certain up-country diggings, and their Moorish forerunners exporting gold. So they promptly called their new possession Ophir. Then followed hints of rediscovered mines, and relics of a long-forgotten past. Vague, elusive stories, but fascinating as vague. Even the phlegmatic Boers listened and were roused into action. They inspanned their oxen and trekked northward, negligent of those ancient workings near the Limpopo which might have furnished a clue to the vast riches lying beneath their very feet. Boers and Britons, however, returned unsuccessful from the quest. Then the brilliant novelist arose, who wove these legends round the figures of his fictitious heroes, and King Solomon's Mines thrilled the imagination of all English-speaking people. But there was a foundation of solid fact underlying these airy fancies. Years ago, while on missionary tours among the Bechuana, Moffat and Livingstone told of mysterious ruins in those parts. Hunters and explorers stumbled upon massive fragments of walls and towers, and marveled over them. Prospectors found deserted shafts among auriferous strata bearing traces of a teeming industry. Finally, in 1868, Renders drew public attention to certain huge enclosures with gateways, towers, and temples in good preservation. 3 years later, Dr. Karl Mach and the English artist Thomas Baines separately visited these ruins and published their observations. Mach, a scientific enthusiast, identified them positively. Upon the mount stood the facsimile of Solomon's glorious palace. Amid the crumbling walls upon the slope below, the Ethiopian queen had held her court. Even the precious almug trees still flourished, to his eye, among encroaching bushes. Some readers scoffed, others consulted the biblical records, but thoughtful students went to the Portuguese historians. When Vasco da Gama rounded the Cape of Good Hope 400 years ago, and found thriving Arab settlements upon the southeast coast of Africa, like a dutiful citizen, he took possession of them in the name of his king. Zanzibar, Sofala, and many other places thus fell into Portuguese hands. Merchants and Dominican fathers, eager for converts, soon hastened thither. Some of these left us chronicles of their experience, and much fairly accurate information about the new territories. De Barros describes in some detail the gold-bearing plateau of Manica, and a mining region further inland which had supplied old nations with boundless wealth. Its alluvial deposits were still worked by natives for the Arab traders, but deep mining was no longer practiced. Upon these plains stood a remarkable fortress of dressed stones, put together without mortar, and far superior to Portuguese workmanship. This was only the most noteworthy of many similar relics, which the Arabs referred to a remote antiquity, since, learned as they are in scripts older than that of the Koran, they were unable to decipher the hieroglyphics carved over the principal gateway. These forts were probably built for the defense of the neighboring gold mines, and the writer compared them with structures presumably of the same date in Abyssinia. The native inhabitants, whose emperor assumed the title of Lord of the Mines, simply called the ruins Zimbabwe, or royal residence. No legend of their origin existed, but they were considered supernatural works of the devil. Interest in these ancient ruins of Moshanaland having been rekindled by the recent British occupation of the country, Theodore Brent, a celebrated archaeologist and Oriental scholar, visited them in 1891, hoping to penetrate the mystery of their erection. Mr. Brent was a great authority upon Phoenician and early Arabian archaeology. He unhesitatingly pronounced the ruins which he examined to be the work of these peoples, at a period greatly antecedent to the rise of Mohammedanism. Nor have further researches done anything to shake his theory. On the contrary, hundreds more ruins have since been found and described, all tending to establish the same conclusion. One point he brought out definitely: these remains are not all of the same period. They fall into 4 different classes, which show successive occupation of the original buildings. A. First and best Zimbabwe period. B. Second and somewhat inferior Zimbabwe type. C. A later decadent form. D. The period when local races tried unsuccessfully to imitate their predecessors. Excavations at Great Zimbabwe threw much light upon the whole subject. The citadel itself, apparently the former capital of the foreign race which farmed the wide extent of our modern Rhodesia, crowns a rocky eminence. Round it are scattered small foundations, chiefly circular in form, while at the foot of the hill is a great ruin, Mach's Queen of Sheba's palace, which seems to have been intended for religious worship rather than for protection. It is built in the form of an ellipse, and the temple contains 2 towers or cones, one much larger than the other. The broad enclosing walls, finished with a platform of granite slabs, have a parapet decorated with small cones and monoliths, many of which are still in situ. All the curves and measurements are calculated upon an exact geometric system, and show great astronomical knowledge. This is further proved by the orientation of all these mighty structures. They are pierced with openings evidently so placed as to allow the solstices and other important positions of the sun to be correctly observed. It is specially noticeable that only the constellations of the northern heavens were taken into account. Certain portions of the outside walls have 2 or 3 courses of stones arranged in a fancy pattern, generally the herringbone form, not merely for ornament, but to serve as a dial of the seasons. Among the debris, numbers of important finds were made, all of which, added to the previous observations, indicated that these structures had been raised by followers of the Phoenician nature worship. More emphatic testimony still was obtained by exploration of the citadel, a vast pile whose external walls, 30 feet high, spring from a foundation at least half as wide. Every precaution has here been taken to preserve the inmates from attack, the only unprotected part being a natural plateau bordered by the perpendicular cliff. Here was evidently the garrison chapel, where large congregations collected to join the mysteries of Baal and Astarte. A broad altar is still to be traced, and many symbols of the prevailing cult. One large unhewn menhir, now prone to the earth, was probably used as a gnomon. Roofed passages and a winding staircase alone communicate with the interior, showing how jealously the sacred enclosure was guarded against intrusion. Mach reports that in his time the natives used annually to sacrifice a black bull in one of the old temples, but this custom, a possible survival of ancient rites, has now lapsed. The first period of architecture has Great Zimbabwe as its best example. These early structures were generally built upon low knolls, with foundations cut down to the rock itself, and some are drained. They are extraordinarily massive, plain and symmetrical, and always in an elliptical form, fashioned with small blocks of carefully hewn stone, so arranged as to bond the courses firmly together without the help of mortar. The exterior walls, in spite of a considerable batter-back on each side, are almost wide enough at the top for a wagon to pass, and are evenly paved. Very narrow openings, rounded off and buttressed, give access to a perfect labyrinth of passages which zigzag in the most bewildering way about the great enclosure. They are guarded by buttresses and traverses throughout their length, the architectural lines being everywhere curved. Walls of a huge size shut off the separate chambers, and in some cases the outside walls are double, separated by a very narrow passage. The floors are made of the finest granite powder concrete, worked very smooth and glazed by heat. Walls, towers, and conical buttresses are all built solid, and there are few steps. Buildings of the second class are decidedly inferior. The walls are a few feet thick and sloped only on the outside, the courses frequently uneven. Sometimes they consist of 2 shells filled up inside with rubbish, in the fashion of 19th century jerry-built villas. Doorways are square instead of rounded, and there are few preparations for defense. They are often constructed terrace-wise up a hill, with quite low walls and no dug foundations. The floors are made of very poor cement and connected by many flights of steps. Most of the religious emblems are also lacking, though the walls may be profusely decorated with tiles and patterns. Altogether the builders would seem less skillful and the fear of attack less pressing, which suggests a considerable lapse of time. Bent refers the first period to the Himyarites of southern Arabia, 1100 B.C., or even earlier, and the second to their Phoenician successors. After this there was a long interval before the Moslem Arabs arrived. Finally the Portuguese took the land by conquest in 1505, built their stronghold Fort Ophir at Sofala, and presently exploited these ancient dwellings to a small extent, as proved by the discovery of some cannon and other European articles among the ruins. Many Himyarite remains have lately been disinterred in Arabia, which present the same features as those of Mashonaland. They are also closely resembled by the Abyssinian ruins and the Sardinian Nurogs, all no doubt the work of the same skillful and enterprising people. Some fragments of a bowl, found by Bent at Zimbabwe, has an inscription round the lip which answers to the earlier Sabaean or Minian carvings, Himyaritic. Dr. Schlichter, in 1899, discovered a soapstone slab with remnants of an inscription undoubtedly of ancient Semitic origin, like those in South Arabia, but of the oldest Phoenician type. Rock carvings hitherto undeciphered have also been found in Bechuanaland. It is interesting to notice that a large offering dish, of very hard wood, picked up near Zimbabwe, has the signs of the zodiac carved round its rim, like other zodiacs seen in the ruins, with the sun entering Taurus instead of Aries for the vernal equinox. This fixes the ancient date long before David and Solomon gathered such vast stores of gold and silver for the temple and the king's palace. All the religious symbols found were of the stone-worshipping period or the cult of nature, the age of gigantic monoliths and altar slabs, of stone carvings and piled-up towers, the high places accursed in the Scriptures. There are portions of soapstone beams ornately decorated, many soapstone birds on pedestals, the vultures, sacred to Astarte, and known as the totem of the old South Arabian tribe. Other articles are ornamented with rosettes representing the sun, Baal. The Cape museums are full of these relics. The daily life and occupations of the inhabitants, however, can be traced just as well as their form of idolatry. Zimbabwe was evidently the great center of gold smelting and working. There are furnaces sunk level with the cemented floors, while those of later date are not excavated but built up. We find blowpipes with fragments of gold still adhering to them, pincers which have been used to draw out fine gold wire, crucibles which were never emptied when the last workers dropped their task. Deep beneath the old concrete floors, themselves covered a dozen feet or more with the silt of ages, lie graves evidently of high officials and their families. One skeleton measured 7 feet in length. There were giants in those days. All the occupants of the graves had golden ornaments interred with them, sometimes of great value. 2 tiny baby's bangles were found near the bones of a woman and child. There are double bells, golden rosettes, plates of beaten gold, nails and tacks, showing with what extravagance it was used for furniture as well as for personal adornment. Truly, this was nothing accounted of in the days of Solomon. But how did this powerful alien race dwell in the heart of savage Africa? And what are the proofs that the wise king sent his navies here for gold and silver, ivory and apes and peacocks, precious stones and scarcely less precious timbers? Nowhere else in the world can signs be now found of such extensive workings and enormous output. The archaeological researches already described have shown their derivation and approximate date of the builders who reared these massive shelters that they might dwell safely in a hostile country. Solomon flourished B.C. 1000, and we know that David had already gathered great store of precious gear for the house of the Lord. It was no new enterprise upon which the kings of Israel embarked when they had conquered the road to the Red Sea, and could send their ships to the Eastern Ocean. Evidently they took part in an industry already established. And what had Israel, a small and poor kingdom, to offer in exchange for imports of such value? Practically nothing, except to join a confraternity of labor and reap some of the profits. In those distant ages, Africa was peopled by a primitive race, the Bushmen Hottentots, low in the ethnological scale, but numerous and warlike. These, once subdued by invaders, could be utilized as slaves to extract the wealth their masters coveted. But the masters were few at first, and the workers formidable from their multitude. So these marvelous fortresses were reared by forced labor under the superintendence of Asiatic engineers and priests skilled in astronomical lore. They were built of granite upon granite hills, close to the quartz layers which contained the gold. And round them sprang up towns, some of whose ruins even now cover a mile or two in extent. On isolated peaks away from the reefs, strong rest houses were erected, and chains of smaller forts guarded the roads down to the east. Meanwhile, the natives toiled in gangs beneath the lash of their taskmasters. They dug out the quartz, burnt and broke it, ground it fine, and washed the golden particles free in hollows still visible down the beds of streams long dried. Bent found rows of crushing stones near Zimbabwe, sadly eloquent of slave labor, 60 or 70 in one line, and elsewhere groups of 600 mortar holes have been seen, deep or shallow, from 6 to 8 inches in diameter. But the gold was then carried to the citadels for smelting and working by foreign artificers, and we have noted the infinite precautions taken to guard these strongholds from possibility of attack. Step by step the Arabians advance till their settlements are found spread over 115,000 square miles of country. More than 500 sets of ruins are already known, and the mines, 30, 50, 70, and even 150 feet deep, may be counted by scores at a time, apart from the surface crushing and the alluvial workings. At night time the unhappy slaves appear to have been herded in circular pits, sunk 20 feet in the earth, faced with roughly dressed granite blocks, and entered only by a sloping gangway from a distance, forming a tunnel where it pierced the wall. These slave pits, 12 to 15 feet across, at intervals of 200 to 300 yards, were first noticed by the explorers Messrs. Hall and Neal. They are partly filled up by soil and large trees which have taken root in them. The constructive ingenuity of this powerful ancient race is equaled by the strategic skill with which they defended their El Dorado. In their day, at least, no native uprising could have occurred. Phoenician nations were always very secretive concerning their resources, and modern Arabs follow the same example. They owned to finding tin in the islands of the Northern Sea. We know that they obtained it from Britain and possibly Ireland. The famous Irish round towers have duplicates in Sardinia and probably Zambezia. Not long ago a tin ingot mold was dredged up in Falmouth Harbor. The soapstone mold of the Zimbabwe gold smelters 2,000 years ago is of the same shape, that of the familiar devil's purse on the seashore, but with greatly broadened horns. African natives collect gold dust in quills, so do Cornish miners from the tin mines. Have these Phoenician traders left us another memento in those seemingly purposeless strips of herringbone tiling which the tourist notices in old Cornish walls, built as those of Zimbabwe, of small blocks of undressed stone laid without mortar? Cornwall and Mashonaland are far apart, and it is strange to reflect that Britons are the heirs of those old world adventurers. Our prospectors are opening up the deserted mines, exploring quarries and tunnels, shafts and adits which they can hardly improve upon. Our pioneer farmers are trenching deep the soil exhausted so many generations ago by the supplies needed for conquerors and conquered. The treasure seekers planted great agricultural settlements in the most fertile tracts. They turned the valleys into tiers of narrow terraces of cultivation, 200 perhaps between the bottom and top of the slope, irrigated by watercourses, and each edged by a stone wall. One can ride for 50 miles with these tokens of a vanished civilization on either hand, and crumbling villages in the valleys between. By such methodological provision was the growing colony fed. Enough gold being collected in the principal fortress of each district, caravans were organized to carry it to the coast. Bullock transport may have existed, witness the wheel tracks, but the backs of slaves were always available. Safeguarded by the watchtowers, they marched all day, and at sundown took shelter in one of the larger forts, where gold dust is found sprinkled about the floors. So they journeyed down to the harbor, where the navies came every 3 years to load this valuable cargo: gold and silver, glittering stones, tusks of ivory, monkeys from the forests, and bright plumaged birds, as well as the choicest of the slaves. Touching here and there on the way, picking up additions at each stopping place, these ships of Tarshish returned to their red seaport. Hence an overland caravan completed the journey. Professor Keene believes that Rhodesia may be identified with that land of Havilah which contained much gold, and that Ophir meant simply one of the great trading depots where goods were collected for distribution, probably upon the north coast of Arabia, therefore within the sphere of Solomon's navy. Thus we can picture the precious freights borne to Jerusalem, though Christian humanity now shrinks from the idea of offering gold won by the sweat and blood of slavery for the services of the Almighty. Nations rise and fall. In the course of time, later Phoenicians succeeded the ancient Himyarites, and added to or superseded their memorial walls. Zimbabwe contains both styles of architecture, as if part of the original had fallen or been destroyed and was then rebuilt. Either the natives were less threatening, or their masters were less cautious, for the days of impregnable strongholds were over. But some great catastrophe at length cleared the country of the incubus, the gold seekers. They did not go because the mines were played out. Today a rich harvest is being yielded by hundreds of newly entered claims. Were they recalled by edict like the Romans who colonized Britain? No one can say. But neatly blocked up doorways are seen. The entrance to a mine is walled across, while heaps of quartz stand by its mouth, stacked ready for removal. Tools are found at the bottom of shafts, as if abandoned by the workers in a panic. Curious flint stools, stone axes, and wedges, as well as very ancient iron chisels, hammers, wedges, and trowels. The quartz crushers are thrown down near their basins. A pile of skeletons at the Mundi ruins give evidence of a flight or massacre. Cakes of gold lying by their waist may once have been held in a belt. The Hottentot inhabitants were swept southward by the eruption of stronger tribes, who in their turn were nearly wiped out by others, and the very memory of the Zimbabwe dwellers has died away. These fantastic legends of Solomon and his contemporary queen alone survive. End of section 16.
Chapter 17 of the Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganan. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. Chapter 17. A Brave Dash for the North Pole. Farthest North. The Jeannette, the vessel in which the American expedition under De Long made its attempt on the North Pole through Bering Straits, stuck fast in the ice southeast of Wrangels Land in September 1879 in latitude 71 degrees 35 minutes north, and foundered 2 years later north of the New Siberian Islands, having drifted northwestward into latitude 77 degrees 15 minutes. By reference to the map, it will be seen that if the general line of this drift be produced northwards, it will pass not actually through the pole, but nearer to it by several degrees than any point at that time attained by explorers. The northward drift was a valuable discovery, but more important results were to follow. 3 years after foundering, relics of the Jeannette were found frozen into an ice floe on the southeast coast of Greenland. This occurrence gave a start to the obvious theory that the floe, with its freight, must have floated right across the polar sea in continuation of the Janet's line of drift borne by the constant current setting that way. There was other evidence in support. For instance, the constant arrival of the coasts of Greenland of Siberian driftwood, the presence of many Siberian forms among Greenland flora, and more important still, the known currents flowing into the Polar Sea through Bering Strait and out of it by the deep channel between Greenland and Spitsbergen. Dr. Nansen took up the idea and in February 1890, after his return from Greenland expedition, delivered a lecture before the Christiana Geographical Society in which he formulated a daring plan of making use of the suspected forces of nature for purposes of exploration and scientific research. His proposal briefly was as follows: to have a ship built just large enough to accommodate a crew of 12 men and their supplies for 5 years, propelled by steam and sail, very strongly constructed to defy ice pressure, and of such a shape as to be squeezed up above the ice instead of being crushed among it. To navigate this ship by summer as far as north of the New Siberian island, and there, on the approach of winter, to thrust her into the ice and let the drift do the rest. He was not sanguine of being taken to the actual pole, but was confident of passing comparatively close to it and accomplishing a record of farthest north. The plan met with immediate support from many quarters, and preparations for carrying it out were promptly taken in hand, in spite of volumes of adverse criticism, especially from those explorers who believed in the existence of a circumpolar land. A grant of £11,250, 2/3 of the cost of expedition as at first estimated, was made by the Norwegian government. King Oscar subscribed £1,125, and other public and private contributions swelled the sum to nearly £25,000, which after all left a deficiency to be made good by Nansen himself on the eve of departure. The main object of expenditure, of money and brains alike, was a ship. Plan after plan was rejected, until every conceivable source of weakness had been removed. As finally evolved and constructed, the Fram, forwards, was a massive wooden vessel of 402 tons, schooner-rigged with 3 masts and having engines of 220 horsepower. Her sides were of many layers of the toughest wood, up to 28 inches in total thickness, with no external projections to give the ice a hold. Her beams, stays, and bulkheads were of proportionate stoutness and very numerous, all strongly clamped together. From the waterline downwards, her sides ran together quickly, giving an almost wedge-shaped section, but with no flat surfaces. Internally, she was fitted with every consideration for warmth and comfort, electric light being installed, and the best of heating stoves and cooking apparatus provided. Large stores of coal and oil were carried. Preserved food in quantities suggesting luxury. A library of books, games to while away the long winter night, firearms and ammunition in plenty, and the best scientific instruments of all kinds that could be obtained. The crew of 12 was selected with the greatest care from among hundreds of applicants from all parts of the world. Sverdrup, the captain of the Fram, had been one of Nansen's companions in the Greenland expedition. Scott Hansen, a naval lieutenant, took the management of the meteorological and other observations. Blessing, the doctor, was also botanist. The rest were skilled seamen or mechanics who had passed a most stringent medical examination. Lieutenant Johansen of the Naval Reserve, who shipped as stoker, was afterwards Nansen's sole companion on the ice for nearly 2 years. All were Norwegians. The Fram sailed from Lysaker Bay on Midsummer Day 1893. It had been decided to reach the New Siberian Islands by the northeast route in preference to Bering Straits, and there was no time to waste if the journey was to be accomplished before the winter closed in. The start was hardly propitious. The Fram proved a villainous seaboat, and that bugbear of Arctic voyages, early ice, was soon encountered off the Siberian coast. At Yugor Strait, south of Novaya Zemlya, a short halt was made to pick up the team of 34 dogs collected for them in that region by a Norwegian named Trondheim. Progress was slow through the Kara Sea, and for some time it seemed doubtful if they would weather Cape Chelyuskin, the most northerly point of the Old World, before being caught by winter. However, matters improved. Once round the Cape, open water was found, and good time made until the New Siberian Islands were approached, and the Fram's head turned due north on September 18th. The edge of the pack ice was reached at the end of the month, and the Fram finally frozen in on October 2nd. The drift had begun, which was to last for nearly 3 years. The Fram was moved alongside a thick old floe and soon beset with solid ice around and below. All was made snug. The rudder and screw were unshipped and hauled on the deck, the engine dismantled and its parts packed away in safety, and a windmill erected on deck for making the electric light. Now came a critical time, for all depended upon how the vessel behaved when subjected to the deadly ice pressure which had put an end to the hopes and lives of so many Arctic adventurers. The nature of this pressure should be explained for the better understanding of much that follows. The vast ice field is never still. Currents, tides, and winds are always at work upon it, driving this way and that, and exercising a force which the tenacity of the thickest ice cannot withstand. Consequently, large masses of floes break off in the direction of the least resistance, leaving channels of open water called lanes which quickly freeze over. Then the direction of the pressure may change, and the floes impinge upon each other again, grinding their edges together and the new ice between them until large blocks break off and are forced downwards or upwards. Thus long mounds or ridges were thrown up 20 feet or more in height, which continue to grow and spread until pressure abates. These are apt to appear on the shortest notice wherever a crack may have opened, even across the middle of the firmest floe. Pressure, says Nansen, begins with a gentle crack and moan along the side of the ship, which gradually sounds louder in every key. Now it is a high, plaintive tone, now it is a grumble, now it's a snarl, and the ship gives a start-up. The noise steadily grows till it is like all the pipes of an organ. The ship trembles and shakes, and rises by fits and starts, or is sometimes gently lifted. There is a pleasant, comfortable feeling in sitting, listening to all this uproar and knowing the strength of a ship. Many a one would have been crushed long ago. But outside, the ice is ground against the ship's sides, the piles of broken-up floe are forced under a heavy, invulnerable hull, and we lie as if in a bed. Soon the noise begins to die down. The ship sinks into its old position again, and presently all is silent as before. The assault described was a comparatively gentle one. Later the Fram withstood infinitely severer ones with equal success. The voyage's first experiences of drifting were not reassuring, the movement until October 26th being generally southwards. Then the northward current asserted itself and stood their friend from that time forward. But progress was seldom constant for long. A contrary wind always had effect, and often drove them back upon their course or away to east or west for weeks at a time. The track of the Fram upon the chart, as traced from daily observations, shows the eccentricity of this movement, in places crossing and recrossing itself in a perfect network of red lines. Optimism or disappointment ruled their minds according to the direction of the wind, but at no time was Nansen really doubtful of the ultimate success of his enterprise. It soon became merely a question of how many years it would take them to reach home. At the end of October, the sun left them, and their first winter night began. Monotony of existence is wont to be baneful to both body and mind, but there was no stagnation on board the Fram, and health and spirits remained unimpaired throughout the long dark months. There was always some useful work to be done, daily observations to be made, meteorological, astronomical, magnetic, temperatures of air and water to be taken, the depth of the sea and the nature of its bottom to be tested. A smithy was set up on deck, and carpenters' jobs were seldom wanting. Then there were dogs to be tended and exercised, and broken in to sledge work. The crew were also taught the use of ski or snowshoes, to which they might have to trust in case of disaster to the ship. The ice field gave a first-rate exercising ground, and daily journeys over its rough surface kept the men in excellent condition. When the working day was done, comfort and good fellowship reigned in the saloon. There were no stint of food, drink, or tobacco, while cards, games, and books provided amusement. A newspaper was started on board. Every excuse was utilized for holding festive celebrations. Nor were the enlivening strains of music wanting, instrumental or mechanical. Altogether, the party seems to have lived as jolly as sandboys. The intense cold had no terrors for these hardy Norse. The Fram, we read, is a warm, cozy abode. Whether the thermometer stands at 22 degrees above zero or 22 degrees below it, we have no fire in the stove. The ventilation is excellent, especially since we rigged up the air sail, which sends a whole winter's cold in through the ventilator. Yet, in spite of this, we sit here warm and comfortable, with only a lamp burning. I'm thinking of having the stove removed altogether. It's only in the way. At least, as far as a protection from the cold winter is concerned, my calculations have turned out well. Neither do we suffer from damp. These are extraordinary fellows for standing the cold. With the thermometer at 22 degrees below zero, Benson goes up in his shirt and trousers to read the thermometer on deck. Hansen is elsewhere stated to have faced, in even a lighter apparel, 40 degrees below zero. At times, the thermometer stood at 52 degrees or 54 degrees below zero. Then the cold is visible. One's breath is like cannon smoke before it is out of one's mouth, and when a man spits, there is quite a little cloud of steam round the fallen moisture. The Fram always gives off a mist which is carried along the wind, and a man or a dog can be detected far off among the hummocks by the pillar of vapor that follows his progress. The dogs help considerably towards keeping things lively. These half-wild creatures were kennelled on the ice and allowed a good deal of liberty, which they not infrequently used to fall upon and destroy one of their fellows. Some of them also fell victims to bears, but the wastage was made fairly good by the birth on board of 2 litters of puppies. There were others later, about half of which were reared. Excitement of a keener kind was provided by the periodical visits of bears. The polar bear does not hibernate like his brown brother, but roams over the ice fields all the year round, as much at home in the water as on the ice, and apparently never suffering very severely from want of food. His flesh is good eating, particularly to those who can obtain no other fresh meat. So his appearance, drawn by the sweet scents of the Fram's kennels and refuse heaps, was always a signal for a rush for rifles and cartridges. Sometimes these visits had tragic accompaniments. One unusually hungry customer actually took 2 dogs from the deck, unknown to the watch, and devoured them on the ice. On the same occasion, Peter, the harpooner and comic man of the party, had a narrow escape, the villainous bear seizing him by the hip as he scrambled on board, bravely defending himself with his lantern. This bear, as most others, were ultimately shot and eaten. The formation and thickness of the ice sheet is a subject of great interest. The thickness is not so great as might be expected, and is caused more by packing than by direct freezing. The floe to which the Fram was moved measured about 11.5 feet. Curiously enough, the increase is more rapid in summer than in winter, owing to the melting of the snow. The fresh water sinks through the crust, but does not mingle with the salt, forming a layer which quickly freezes to the nether surface of the ice. Thus, supplies of drinking water are always obtainable. At the pressure ridges, of course, the thickness is greatest, but the highest hummock Nansen encountered did not exceed 30 feet from the water level. On February 16th, the mirage of the sun appeared on the horizon, and on the 20th, a festival was kept to celebrate the arrival of the luminary himself. He did not appear, so another festival was justified for the day on which he should choose to show himself. Living merrily, it's not surprising to read that every member of the crew increased substantially in weight during the winter. The Fram was now only a few minutes of latitude north of the spot where she had been originally frozen in. Happily, the winds of summer proved more favorable, and the autumn equinox found her fairly well advanced, having made a net gain of 3 degrees 9 minutes of latitude. At this rate of progress, it would have taken another 4.5 years to make Spitzbergen. During the following winter, the pace increased, though at the same time the course tended more quickly westwards than Nansen had expected. The summer months had passed pleasantly enough, and were spent in scientific research, expeditions over the ice, and the building of 6 kayaks or skin boats on the Eskimo model. There were also boating and bathing in the freshwater pools on the ice, festivities as usual, with bird shooting, and an occasional bear hunt for variety. The poor dogs suffered grievously at times from the heat. Experiments were made in sledging to learn the hauling capacities of dogs and men. The closing of the second winter found all in excellent spirits. In November, the Fram was in latitude about 82 degrees 30 minutes, and though things were going fairly well, Nansen began seriously to consider a plan he had had in his mind from the beginning. It was clear that their present course, if continued, would miss the pole by quite 5 degrees. The explorer's idea was to try to cover the intervening distance by the aid of sledges and dogs, taking with him only one human companion. The scheme involved the greatest risks. Once out of touch with the Fram, there could be no thought of finding her again. So from whatever point they might reach in their dash for the pole, they would have to make their own way back to land and safety. Nansen was contemplating a journey of some 1,000 miles over pack ice. From latitude 83 degrees, near which they would quit the ship, the distance to the pole is 483 miles. The nearest known land lies 460 miles away in the opposite direction. From his experience gained in Greenland, Nansen thought it might be done, and he decided to make a start in the following spring. Lieutenant Johansen, the ex-stoker and acting assistant meteorologist, was selected as his companion. Sverdrup, whom Nansen would have preferred being captain of the ship, could not be spared. The second winter was spent in preparing for his journey. Sledges and kayaks were completed, the values of different foods tested, and the quantities of stores to be carried worked out with the minute forethought which always characterized the expedition. With the new year came a violent and dangerous attack upon the Fram from a pressure ridge. For several days her fate seemed to hang in the balance, and the crew had hastily to drag out their bags and stand by on the ice while the floe thundered round them. But the Fram triumphed. Nansen's diary tells us, had this attack on the Fram been planned by the aid of all the wickedness in the world, it could not have been a worse one. The floe, 7 feet thick, had borne down on us on the port side, forcing itself up on the ice in which we are lying and crushing it down. Thus the Fram was forced down with the ice, while the other floe, packed up on the ice beneath, bore down on her and took her amidship while she was still frozen fast. As far as I could judge, she could hardly have had a tighter squeeze. It was no wonder she groaned under it, but she withstood it, broke loose, and eased. Who shall say after this that a vessel's shape is of little consequence? Had the Fram not been designed as she was, we should not have been sitting here now. Not a drop of water is to be found in her anywhere. On March 13, 1895, after 2 false starts, the little expedition set out into the unknown. Nansen has been bitterly criticized in some quarters for thus abandoning, as was said, his companions in the time of danger. His action needs no defense. In the first place, he was only carrying out the prime object of his undertaking, to get as near to the pole as possible. Secondly, the Fram, with her experienced captain and crew, was perfectly capable of taking care of herself, and was not considered by her own people to be in any danger whatever, whereas Nansen and his companion were taking their lives in their hands. At the start, their equipment consisted of a sledge for each man and a kayak strapped on top, packed with personal outfit, instruments, provisions, and other necessaries, and a third sledge loaded with sacks of food for men and dogs. The 3 dog teams totaled 28 animals. As the stores dwindled and the loads lightened, the dogs would be killed off and used as food for the survivors. A gun apiece was carried, throwing both shot and ball, and a limited stock of ammunition. Also a tent, sleeping bags, and cooking apparatus. It was calculated that when the dogs gave out, the sledges would be light enough to be man-hauled. From the first, progress was slower than had been reckoned on, and it soon became clear that to reach the pole was beyond the bounds of possibility. Pack ice proved no more easy to traverse near the pole than farther south, and the usual miseries suffered by Arctic travelers of managing unruly dogs, righting upset sledges, and carrying them over piled-up ridges had to be undergone, till they crept exhausted into their tent and sleeping bag after covering but 8 or 9 miles in the day. Now and then a stretch of level ice enabled them to do as much as 14 miles. The dogs were a constant trouble and soon began to lose condition. In April, lanes began to open in the ice, worse obstacles than the pressure ridges, for often long deviation were necessary to find a crossing place. Difficulties increased until progress became almost impossible. On April 8th, Nansen writes, the ice grew worse and worse, and we got no way. Ridge after ridge, and nothing but rubble to travel over. We made a start at 2 o'clock or so this morning, and kept at it as long as we could, lifting the sledges all the time, but it grew too bare at last. I went on a good way ahead on snowshoes, but saw no reasonable prospect of advance, and from the highest hummocks only the same kind of ice was to be seen. It was a veritable chaos of ice blocks stretching as far as the horizon. There is not much sense in keeping on longer. We are sacrificing valuable time and doing little. If there be much more such ice between here and Franz Josef Land, we shall indeed want all the time we have. I therefore determined to stop and shape a course for Cape Fledgley. The latitude was 86 degrees 13.6 minutes, farthest north by a good margin. Footnote: Nansen's record has since been broken by the Duke of Abruzzi. The miseries of a retreat always exceed those of an advance, so we have now to follow our travellers through the most painful chapters of their story. The whole summer was spent in a bitter struggle to reach land before winter could descend upon them. One by one the dogs were slaughtered to keep the survivors alive. Even Quick, the good mother of puppies, had to be sacrificed. The loads grew lighter, but rations shorter in proportion, and even more numerous became the lanes to be circumvented and the ridges to be surmounted. With wonderful endurance the pair plodded on, buoyed up with the hope of sighting land or open water on which they could use their kayaks. By June 16th they were reduced to 3 dogs, and things began to look somewhat desperate. However, a few days later they saw and shot their first seal, which meant food and fuel for over a month. The lanes grew still more numerous and wider until at length the kayaks had to be brought into use for ferrying over. The two were lashed together and sledges secured across their deck. The dogs jumped on board and all were soon at the other side, but then came the labor of packing the sledges again. Bears now began to appear, and a dam and 2 cubs were killed, providing plentiful food while the travellers lay weather-bound at Longing Camp. This was a noteworthy halting place, for from it they caught their first sight of land on July 4th, though they did not recognize it as such until another day's journey had been completed. It has long haunted our dreams, this land, and now it comes like a vision, like fairyland. Drift-white, it arches above the horizon like distant clouds, which one is afraid will disappear every minute. The most wonderful thing is that we have seen this land all the time without knowing it. I examined it with the telescope from Longing Camp in the belief that it might be snowfields, but always came to the conclusion that it was only clouds, as I could never discover any dark point. Then, too, it seemed to change form, which I supposed must be attributed to the mist which always lay over it. But it always came back again at the same place with its remarkable regular curves. So they pitched their tent and had the regulation feast. The menu was worth giving. Lobscouse made of potatoes. For the last time but one, we had saved them long for this occasion. Pemmican, dried bear's and seal's flesh, and bear tongues chopped up together. After this was a second course consisting of breadcrumbs fried in bear's grease, also food and butter, and a piece of chocolate to wind up. This land was a hitherto undiscovered island northeast of Franz Josef Land. It proved to be further off than they imagined. The drift carried them away to the west, and the lanes grew more and more difficult to negotiate. At last, after a fortnight's incessant toil, they reached open water to their infinite comfort. Meanwhile, a startling adventure had befallen them. Having attained the further side of the lane, Johansen had landed, and Nansen was engaged in pulling his sledge to the ice. Suddenly the latter heard the words, "Take your gun." He returned and saw Johansen on his back holding an enormous bear by the throat. Nansen was equal to the occasion. My first thought was to throw myself into the water over the kayak and fire from there, but I recognized how risky it would be. I began to pull the kayak with its heavy cargo onto the high edge of the ice again as quickly as I could, and was on my knees pulling and tugging to get at my gun. I had no time to look round and see what was going on behind me when I heard Johansen quietly saying, "You must look sharp if you want to be in time." Look sharp? I should think so. At last I got hold of the butt end, dragged the gun out, turned round in a sitting posture, and cocked the shot barrel. The bear was standing not 2 yards off, ready to make an end of my dog Caiaphas. There was no time to lose in cocking the other barrel, so I gave it a charge of shot behind the ear, and it fell down dead between us. Kayaking was comparatively easy and pleasant work, and by paddling, hauling, and sailing, on August 14th, to set foot on firm land for the first time for 2 years, not on the island they had originally sighted, but upon another of the same archipelago. They were only just in time, for a very few more days of coasting were possible before the ice closed in and compelled them to go into winter quarters. But all anxiety for the future had passed away, for they were now in a land of bears, seals, and walruses, the last named often aggressive and dangerous neighbors for the frail kayaks. So it was easy to lay in large stores of food and fuel. A hut was built of stone and snow, roofed with heights supported by driftwood, and in this they spent the winter in comparative comfort and pleasant anticipation of reaching home in the coming summer. We can only very briefly follow their future fortunes. In May, they resumed their southward journey, grimy figures with long black hair and beards, and skin and clothing soaked with blubber oil and soot. By sailing and sledging, they passed from island to island. Once a kayak went adrift, and Nansen had a desperate swim to recover it, until on June 23rd the welcome barking of a dog struck their ears. They found themselves in the presence of the English expedition under Jackson, which lay encamped at Cape Flora on the southwest coast of the Franz Joseph archipelago. Here they enjoyed the heartiest of welcomes and reveled in their return to civilization until the arrival of the ship Windward on July 26th with stores of Jackson's people. A few days later, the vessel carried them to Wardour Haven, and the telegraph told the world of their safe return. At Hammerfest, whither his wife had travelled to meet him, Nansen received the welcome news that the Fram had come to port in good condition with all well on board. Thus was his happiness completed. The later adventures of the Fram call up for no description. After the desertion of her chief, she continued to drift north and west with deviations as before to south and east, but never got so far north as Nansen. The third winter passed without noteworthy incident, and in the following summer, having been cleared by blasting of adherent ice, she gradually forged her way into open water off the north coast of West Spitzbergen. Note, the quotations in this chapter are made from Farthest North by the kind permission of the author Dr. Fridtjof Nansen and the publishers Messrs. Archibald, Constable and Co. The end of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. Towards the Pole in a Balloon. On August 14, 1896, the Fram and her gallant crew, homeward bound from the polar regions, ran into the Dansk Gat, a strait between Danes Island and the island of Amsterdam, to the northwest of Spitzbergen. In this out-of-the-way spot, Captain Sverdrup and his companions, Nansen had been left behind among the floes, found 3 men eagerly awaiting the chance to commence a voyage which, in the daring of its conception, excelled that of the Fram itself. Their vessel was not a structure of wood and steel designed to withstand the crushing of the ice. It contained no engines, no luxurious fittings to protect the traveler against the cold. On one bank of the strait rose an octagonal wooden shed, 70 feet high, and inside this a fully inflated balloon tugged impatiently at its moorings. The balloon crew, Messrs. Andrea, Strindberg, and Frankel, cast anxious eyes at the small pilot balloons launched from time to time to ascertain the direction of the wind, which, since the inflation, had been blowing unfavorably. The idea of seeking the North Pole along the trackless paths of the air had, 2 years previously, matured in the fertile brain of Salomon August Andrea, a Swede, who had distinguished himself as professor in the Technical School of Stockholm, and as chief engineer to the Swedish Patent Office. An innate love for scientific aerostation led him, in 1893, to make the first of a number of balloon ascents, during one of which he very nearly lost his life. Nothing daunted, he determined by experiments that the course of a balloon could be materially directed by the aid of guide ropes and sails, and early in 1895 he presented to the Academy of Sciences a plan for exploring the regions of the North Pole in a special balloon. He estimated the cost at rather more than £7,000, a sum which was promptly subscribed by the King of Sweden, Baron Dixon, Mr. A. Nobel, and other smaller donors. Andrea then travelled over Europe to learn the opinion of scientific men about his projected enterprise, and to collect samples of the tissues used in the manufacture of balloons. His choice finally fell on the Chinese pongee silk, which had been largely employed by M.H. Lechambre, the famous Paris balloon maker, to whom the construction of the aerostat was entrusted. The construction of the balloon. So great were the risks attaching to the voyage for which the balloon was intended, that the utmost care was devoted to the manufacture of every detail of the aerostat. The envelope, designed to contain 158,924 cubic feet of hydrogen gas, may be described as a sphere, terminating downwards in a slightly conical appendage. Its thickness varied in the different parts. The top, a disc of nearly 20 feet diameter, was of fourfold silk. The zone between the disc and a line 13 feet 1 inch below the equator of the sphere, threefold. The remainder twofold, with the exception of the appendage, which terminated in a large automatic valve, and was fourfold. No less than 3,360 pieces of silk were used for the envelope, and every piece had to undergo severe tests before being incorporated. A special cement, unaffected by the balloon varnish, wet, or changes of temperature, joined those many pieces together. The length of seams totaled nearly 5,000 yards, made secure by about 9 miles of stitching. The envelope was made in 2 hemispheres, and finally joined at the equator line. It then received the last of its 4 coats of varnish. 2 valves were fitted to it, one at the equator, the other 39 inches higher, and, for use in emergencies, M. Andrea prescribed a rending flap of 4 7/10 square yards, which could be torn out of the envelope by pulling hard on a special rope. As a protection against snow and rain, a silk cover enclosed the upper part of the sphere. The net was of hempen cords, interwoven, not knotted, at points where they met. At their lower ends they engaged with 48 suspending cords, which connected them to the ring on which the car was hung. The car itself was a basket-work cylinder, with one side of the bottom end sloped away, so that when the car should strike the ground, it would slide along this flat surface and not revolve. 2 small windows lit the interior, and 100 cords, terminating in buckles, were hung all round inside to take the place of shelves. The roof of the car would serve as an observatory, where the travelers would be stationed when not sleeping or eating down below. 3 heavy guide ropes were supplied. Each consisted of several sections, held together by screw connections. In event of a rope getting caught in the ice, the aeronauts would be able to release themselves by twisting a crank at the car end. The lowest joint would then unscrew and drop the section which it supported, an ingenious arrangement of springs ensuring the detachment of the extreme section. Provisions, sledges, boats, spars, etc., would be attached to the 48 suspending ropes so securely that no shock could throw them out. By the end of April, 1896, the balloon was ready, and after being searchingly tested, was exhibited in the Champ de Mars, where 30,000 people came to see the airship and to wish the 3 bold Swedish explorers all success in their dangerous enterprise. It was then dispatched to Gothenburg, where lay the little ship Virgo of 300 tons, ready to convey the expedition to Spitzbergen, together with materials for building the balloon shed and inflating the balloon. On June 22nd, M. Andrea and 8 companions arrived at Dangsgat, and at once proceeded to land their cargo. The next operation was to set up the shed, which deserves special mention. Designed in a very ingenious manner, writes M. Lechambre, it was erected at Gothenburg, where the inhabitants could inspect it before it was dismantled for shipment. It is of octagonal shape, and consists of 4 stories, each measuring 196 by 8,545 inches in height. The various stories are joined to each other by means of bolts. The last story is surmounted by a balcony all round. In order to facilitate re-erection in Spitzbergen, the component parts of each story are marked with marks of different color. The floor of the shed is composed of timber work, all meeting in the center, and made fast on the rocks with pieces of wood. Before erecting the shed, the site had to be cleared of deep snow. Violent storms interfered with the work, but eventually it reached completion. The balloon and hydrogen generators were then brought ashore, and as soon as the weather permitted, inflation commenced. The hydrogen gas was produced and prepared for the balloon in the following manner. A large lead-lined and airtight vessel is partly filled with iron shavings, among which a mixture of sulfuric acid and water is admitted from a tank. The oxygen and sulfur elements of the acid combine with the iron and free the hydrogen, which then passes through another chamber full of coke continuously flushed with water, which abstracts impurities from the gas. The moisture picked up from contact with the water is now removed by allowing the gas to pass over quicklime, which readily seizes on the oxygen element of water and leaves the hydrogen dry and fit for use in the balloon, where any condensation would cause trouble. The apparatus employed by Andrea had a productive capacity of 5,000 to 7,000 cubic feet an hour, but was allowed to produce only about half its full amount, so that the gas might be of the best possible quality. On June 22nd, the inflation was completed, and the dome of the balloon could be seen overtopping the sides of the shed. Final preparations were made while the explorers waited for a wind. The provisions included all kinds of preserved food in tins, compressed bread, condensed milk, wines and spirits, fresh water, and butter, the fatty nature of which makes it a valuable item of diet in the polar regions. Aloft were hung compasses, barometers, photographic apparatus, a very light folding boat, sledges, snowshoes, picks, shovels, anchors, 12 cork buoys with a stoppered cavity for placing dispatches in, carrier pigeons, and nearly 2,000 pounds weight of ballast. It was calculated that a judicious casting out of the ballast would enable the balloon to float for at least 30 days. Everything was ready but the wind. This obstinately blew from the north, veering round occasionally to encourage false hopes. But winter was now drawing in, and, to his bitter disappointment, Andrea had to reconcile himself to ordering the release of the gas on August 17th. Nothing now remained but to pack up the balloon and return to Gothenburg, in the hope of better success on a future occasion. The following May saw the expedition again on its way to Dangsgat, this time in a Swedish gunboat. The party found the shed somewhat battered by the winter storms, but not so seriously injured as to prevent its restoration in a couple of weeks. Once more the balloon was inflated, and furnished with its cargo of food and mechanical appliances. Sailors climbed about the silken dome, testing all the seams with strips of light material soaked in acetate of lead, which blackens on coming into contact with sulphuretted hydrogen gas. Andrea expected that the balloon would be carried either towards Siberia or Alaska, since the huge icy mass of Greenland chills the surrounding air to such an extent as to cause currents to radiate from it in all directions, especially in the lower strata of the atmosphere. Should unforeseen circumstances compel a descent onto the ice field, their boat, sledges, and snowshoes would enable them to return after the manner of Nansen and Johansen, who had remained for 15 months alone on the floes, with only 3 months' provisions. He therefore counseled his friends not to feel anxious if they heard nothing of him for a year after his departure. To liberate the balloon was no easy matter, owing to the many projecting parts of the shed against which the envelope might strike as it rose. These points were therefore well padded with felt by the carpenters. Once again, everything was ready for the launch except the wind. This blew steadily from the northwest. But on July 6th, the long-wished-for south wind arrived, bringing, however, wet and stormy weather with it. On Sunday, the 11th, the sky was bright again, and Andrea decided to start at once. He wrote several telegrams, one of them addressed to the King of Sweden, and with his companions entered the car. An eyewitness thus describes the ascent. Amongst the cordage of the car are seen the 3 heroes, standing admirably cool and calm. At last the decisive moment arrives. 1, 2, cut! Cries Andrea in Swedish. The 3 sailors obeyed the order simultaneously, and in 1 second the aerial ship, free and unfettered, rises majestically into space, saluted with our heartiest cheers. Behind the mountain that is sheltering us, stormy winds are raging, and a current of air sweeps down from the summit and attacks the balloon, which for a moment descends rapidly towards the sea. The sailors rush to the boats to be ready to lend assistance to the explorers, whom they expect to see engulfed in the waves. Their alarm was of short duration. The descending movement soon becomes slower, and the car just touches the water and ascends again immediately. The guide ropes now caught some obstacle, but, thanks to the screw joints, the lower sections were detached and the balloon floated away amid the waving of last farewells. At last a range of hills intervened between it and the spectators. And so 3 brave men passed from among their kind into the icy horrors that guide the pole against man and his science. A fortnight later a pigeon was shot by the crew of a fishing boat, and on it was found a message from Andrea, dated July 13, 1897, reporting good progress. After that, silence, and from that day to this, nothing more has been heard of the balloon or its passengers, except vague reports from Siberia. The ill-fated attempt has been pronounced foolhardy. But was it really so? Had not Andrea taken every possible precaution in the preparation of the balloon? Was he not provided with the most suitable outfit that civilization could afford? If he had returned, would he not have been welcomed as a hero, and his success quoted as a refutation of narrow-minded prejudice? Many men have emerged safely from enterprises quite as desperate. Perhaps time will bring to light some relics of the travelers, since the name of the expedition was plainly stamped on many parts of the balloon and its accessories. We may then learn how these brave men met their fate. Till then, we must be content to merely add the names of Andrea, Frankel, and Strindberg to the sad roll of those who have lost their lives in the cause of exploration. These gallant Swedes have in no way advanced our knowledge of the polar regions, but their brave attempt is not without its romance. Note: the author has to thank Messrs. Archibald, Constable and Company for permission to quote from Andrea and his balloon. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. Chapter 19. A Peep into Eskimo Life. The fortunes of so many Arctic explorers have been affected by their relations with the natives of the far northern regions, that a sketch of the character, customs, and conditions of life of the Eskimos, perhaps the most noteworthy among these indigenous populations, will give a very useful insight into the stern conditions which govern existence in the realms of everlasting ice. Information in full and most interesting form is given us by Dr. Fridtjof Nansen in his Eskimo Life. Icebound for a whole winter upon his arrival in the Danish colony on the west coast, after his successful first crossing of Greenland, while waiting for the vessel which should take him home to Europe, the author lodged in the hovels of his Eskimo friends, eating their food and joining in their occupation, mastering their language, and studying intimately their family life, thus in every way qualifying himself to write an accurate and sympathetic account of this primitive and, as he calls it, lovable race. Originating, according to Dr. Rink, the great authority on the subject, in the interior of Alaska, the Eskimos moved northwards to the shores of the Arctic Ocean, and spread along the coast eastwards as far as the western parts of Greenland, where they were discovered by the first Norse explorers, Eric the Red and his contemporaries. Subsequently they doubled Cape Farewell and occupied the east coast also. During the process of extension, they came into conflict with the early Norwegian colonies, against whom they prevailed more by the peaceful power of absorption than by force of arms, for there is no less warlike race on earth than the Eskimos. More recent settlements by Europeans have done them greater harm, and they are now, says Nansen, sinking through poverty to extermination, as aboriginals will do when brought into contact with civilization. Nor can the beneficent rule of the Danish crown do much to help them. Let Dr. Nansen describe the Eskimo as he meets the eye. He has a broad, round face, with large, coarse features, small, dark, sometimes rather oblique eyes, a flat nose, narrow between the eyes and broad at the base, round cheeks bursting with fat, a broad mouth, heavy, broad jaws, which, together with the round cheeks, give the lower part of the face a great preponderance in the physiognomy. When the mouth is drawn up in an oleaginous smile, 2 rows of strong white teeth reveal themselves. One receives the impression upon the whole of an admirable chewing apparatus, conveying pleasant suggestions of much and good eating. But at the same time one traces in those features, especially in those of the women, a certain touch of ingratiating, petted softness. To complete the picture, we will add that the Eskimo is of small to medium stature, with well-developed arms and shoulders, but deficient lower limbs. His skin is of a brownish yellow, from his utter uncleanliness, always darker than nature made it. He is, in short, the natural product of his conditions of life. His food is of necessity oily, and oily is he within and without. Intellectually he reaches a very respectable standard, being quick to learn and remarkably ingenious. His chief characteristics are imperturbable good humor and patience. Even Eskimo children never quarrel, and words of abuse are not found in the language. His first social law is to help his neighbor, the next to show hospitality to strangers. His integrity in word and deed is surprising, but his morality in other ways is very primitive. In Greenland, even in summer, only minute portions of the earth's surface ever see the sun. Consequently, apart from the traffic with Europe, which we will lay aside, the inhabitants are dependent upon the sea for the necessaries of life, food, clothing, fuel, and all else. For the Greenlander, the sea practically means the seal. Upon the seal is built the national existence, and when the seal goes, and it is going fast, the Eskimo must go too. Meanwhile, as the herds are still fairly numerous, the Greenlanders enjoy comparative abundance. But what the seal means to them we shall see, as the different items of their outfit and subsistence come under consideration. Let clothing have the first place. Both sexes dress very similarly. The timiak or vest is of bird skins, with the feathers inside, edged at neck and wrists, with black dog skin, with a hood for the men. Above the timiak is worn the amarak, an outer vest of cotton, gaily embroidered for female wear. Trousers of sealskin clothe both sexes, and the footwear is the kamik, also of sealskin in 2 layers, the inner with the fur on for warmth, the outer of waterproof hide. Between the layers is packed dry straw or sedge. Modern luxury has introduced white underlinen, which the ladies display in a fashion of their own at the waist, all these for outdoor wear. Within the houses, where the temperature is high from crowding, costumes are tropical in their simplicity. The men let their hair grow wild. The women gather it into top knots, tied with ribbons of diverse colors. Children are licked, not washed. The Eskimo's highest claim to fame lies perhaps in his astonishing skill in hunting, and the ingenuity with which he has perfected his tools and weapons from the very simplest materials. Stone, driftwood, bone, and skins are all he has to work with, yet he is more than a match for such formidable game as the bear, the walrus, and the whale. Seals are, of course, his principal quarry. These, as well as birds and fish, he hunts in deep water, following them at all seasons and in almost any weather in his kayak or skin boat, by far the most important article of his equipment. A marvel of ingenuity, the kayak is built upon a very light framework of driftwood, the ribs being sometimes of osiers, which grow sparsely on land. Over this foundation the skins of various kinds of seals are stretched and sewn together, below and above, forming a watertight, full-decked boat, tapering evenly fore and aft, with a circular opening amidships, just large enough to admit the legs and thighs of the hunter, and girdled with a wooden hoop, wide enough to project about an inch above the deck. A kayak of average size is 6 yards in length, 18 inches in maximum breadth, and not more than 6½ inches deep. A waterproof jacket of skin covers the man's body and arms, in rough weather his head also, and reaches down to the deck ring, round which the lower edge is drawn tight with a string. Thus boat and jacket form a watertight hull, in which a man can pass through breakers and even capsize and right himself again without shipping a drop of water. A double-bladed paddle applies the motive power. The management of this top-heavy craft is only acquired by early and constant practice. But to quote Dr. Nansen, a kayak man who has entirely mastered the art of righting himself can defy almost any weather. If he is capsized, he is on an even keel again in a moment, and can play like a sea-bird with the waves, and cut right through them. If the sea is very heavy, he lays the broadside of his kayak to it, holds the paddle flat out on the windward side, pressing it against the deck, bends forward, and lets the wave roll over him. Or else he throws himself on his side towards it, resting on his flat paddle, and rights himself again when it has passed. Nevertheless, cases of drowning in consequence of accident are numerous. The Eskimo's principal weapon is the harpoon, ingenious and complex. The stout shaft is of driftwood, headed with bone. To the head is secured, by means of a socket and thongs, a long bone foreshaft of walrus or narwhal tusk, the end of which fits into the harpoon head proper, of sharp flint or iron. The line is fastened securely to the harpoon head, passed back to the shaft to hold the 3 parts in position, and is attached at its other end to an inflated bladder. When the weapon is struck into a seal, flexion of the thong joint frees the shaft from the head, and it rises to the surface clear, leaving the head firmly lodged in the animal's body. The drag of the bladder plays the seal effectually, until the hunter can kill it with his lance. Besides the weapons named, the kayak man takes with him a bladder dart, a smaller kind of harpoon, a bird dart, a knife, and a throwing stick. The last is a contrivance by the aid of which he hurls his harpoon or dart with greater force and accuracy. All these implements are carried on the deck of the kayak, pushed under straps which cross from side to side. A dead seal also is made fast to one of these straps, and so towed. Sometimes a hunter will paddle home towing as many as 4 seals. It is difficult to imagine more glorious sport than these brave fellows enjoy, though it is perhaps too fully spiced with danger for all tastes, and the "bag" has its solid value, from the bristles on its nose to its tail flippers. The walrus is a much more formidable beast of chase, both from his huge size and his readiness to defend himself, and is generally attacked by several hunters in company. For hunting whales they use, or did once use, for the sport is now uncommon, the large woman boats, so called because they are rowed by the women. These boats are as much as 40 feet long, undecked, and made of the usual driftwood and skins. In former times, before the missionaries discouraged the practice, it was the custom for each family to spend the summer months cruising in its woman boat, with tents and all other belongings on board, landing to encamp on likely spots, while the men hunted by sea or pursued the reindeer. For the winter a house would be built, where they lived upon the accumulated supplies until the ice broke up again and they could continue their wandering. Such a nomadic life did not please their pastors and masters, as it weakened their control, and now it is only practiced on the less settled East Coast. Winter houses are built of stones and turf, with a low roof and the floor below ground level. Entrance is gained by a low door approached by a shallow tunnel. Train oil lamps burn night and day, for warmth as well as light. A sleeping bench 6 feet 6 inches wide runs the length of the long wall opposite the door, divided off into stalls, one for each of the several families which own the house. On this they sleep at night, tight-packed, with their feet to the wall, and sit or lie during the day. Other furniture is unknown. House cleaning used to be economically managed by taking off the roof and letting the rain do the work. Now methods of civilization are more or less followed. Like most primitive people, the Greenlanders eat very heavily when they are hungry, and can go for a long time between meals. Their food is almost exclusively flesh and blubber, often eaten frozen or raw. Dr. Nansen formed an opinion of blubber which we might not share. Dainty readers, he writes, will of course shudder at the very thought of eating raw blubber, but I can assure them that, especially when quite fresh, it is very good. It has a sweetish, perhaps rather mawkish taste, reminding one of cream, with nothing of what we should call an oily or fishy flavor. This does not make itself felt until the blubber has been boiled or roasted, or when it has grown rancid. They have other dishes which certainly could not be recommended. About the only things they will not eat appear to be ravens. The dish containing the food is placed in the middle of the floor, and the company hand feed themselves from the benches. Coffee is drunk, often to excess. Tobacco is chewed or smoked. Brandy, fortunately, is hardly obtainable, and is valued accordingly as the producer of intoxication. The women enjoy an important share in the economy of a household. Roughly speaking, the man hunts, the woman does the rest. She does all the skin work, preparing and sewing, even to the covering of indispensable kayaks, and consequently becomes very clever with her needle. Wives are easily got rid of by divorce or exchange, but as a rule they enjoy an established position, especially if the mothers of boys. A widow with such a family is quickly consoled. The good old custom of carrying off a bride by force still holds, especially upon the East Coast. Etiquette requires a good show of resistance upon the part of the bride, though her relations never consider it to be their duty to interfere. Christianity was introduced into Greenland by the Norwegians in 1721, and spread by methods always diligent and sometimes forceful. Yet its progress has been disappointing. Many of the inhabitants profess religion, but superstition seems as powerful as ever, and the angekokks, or medicine men, have great influence. Their weird heathen beliefs embrace 2 heavens, but no hell. It pictures two souls, more or less tangible, inhabiting the same body, and peoples the snowfields and the deep sea with demons of different kinds. The nearest conception they have of a supreme being centers round the Tornat, or devils, and their master, the Tornasac. In common with the Hebrews of old, they have the greatest dread of touching a dead body. In fact, so deep is their aversion that they will not venture to rescue a person in imminent danger of death, lest the separation of soul and body should take place during the process. They have, however, a deep faith in the power of charms and amulets. Thunder they believe to be produced by two old women fighting for a dry and stiff skin, and tugging each at her end of it. In the heat of the contest they upset their lamps, and thus cause the lightning. They attribute most of the evils of life to the malice of witches and wizards. Dr. Nansen himself was once taken for a kivitok, or demon, by a man who, suddenly roused out of sleep, nearly had a fit from terror. As has been already mentioned, the Eskimos are a declining race, and their extermination, if not actually in sight, must still be reckoned only a matter of time. Intercourse with Europeans has brought poverty, for the food, which might keep a family in comfort, is easily exchanged for other luxuries. The use of firearms has wasted the stock of game, and, worse still, the general destruction of seal life throughout the whole North Atlantic and Arctic oceans threatens to rob them of their very staff of life. Tubercular consumption, another alien and terrible immigrant, is prevalent, rapidly increasing its ravages. Finally, the Danish colonies are an expense to the mother country, and Danish rule alone seems to stand between the Eskimos and utter destruction. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. In the heart of the southern ice continent, in the Antarctic regions. As far apart as the poles. This is an expression that we know very well, and one we use to express the utmost dissimilarity between the natures of persons, things, or circumstances. Geographically, it signifies a distance of over 12,000 miles, a formidable gap indeed, but easily spanned by the turning over of a page. So, in this chapter, we will turn our attention from the Arctic regions to Antarctica, as that great icy tract has been named, which, in area equal to Australia, stretches for hundreds of miles in all directions round the southern hub of the world. Since 1843, when Sir James Clark Ross returned to England from his wonderful journeys below the Antarctic Circle, the interest of polar explorers has been centered almost entirely on the frozen north. When we talk of the pole, we mean the North Pole. When we wish to describe intense cold, we call it Arctic. But since 1892, the tide has turned somewhat in favor of the land of the Aurora Australis, and at the moment when these lines are penned, the public is eagerly awaiting the arrival home of the men whose proud record it is to have penetrated furthest south. The reason for the comparative neglect of Antarctica is easily understood after a reference to the map. By far the greater part of the dry land of the globe is included in the northern hemisphere. The continents, with the exception of Australia, taper southwards, as if anxious to show their toes to the South Pole, whereas on the north they are broad, forming an almost complete land circle round the icy regions of Arctica. As a consequence, an explorer is able to get a much better jump-off on his way to the North Pole than he is if he turns southwards, in which direction his base, New Zealand, is many hundred miles from the nearest Antarctic floes. Placing the latest expedition on one side for the moment, we will glance, very briefly, at the past history of Antarctic exploration. In ancient myths, frequent mention is made of a southern land, which enclosed the Indian Ocean as Africa encloses the Mediterranean Sea. Old geographers held stubbornly to this belief, even after Vasco da Gama had rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and the discovery by Magellan of Tierra del Fuego was considered by them to be but a promontory on the northern side of a great continent, which in the 16th century the cartographers Mercator and Ortelius located with an exactitude that does great credit to their powers of imagination. Subsequent voyages gradually drove the imagined coastline further and further south, but it was left to an Englishman, the famous Captain James Cook, to knock the theory on the head in a manner that precluded its revival. We are reluctantly compelled to omit an account of this great navigator's expeditions, and to content ourselves with stating that in 1773 he crossed the South Polar Circle for the first time in the history of man, so far as we know it, and in 1774 reached a latitude of 71 degrees 10 minutes south, breaking all previous records and those of many a decade after. The vast southern continent had shrunk into an immeasurably smaller tract of ice-covered, ice-bound land. Its place was taken by boundless expanses of stormy seas. Cook's own opinion of what remained of the old fables to cling to was not enthusiastic. Countries condemned to everlasting rigidity by nature, never to yield to the warmth of the sun, for whose wild and desolate aspect I find no words. Such are the countries we have discovered. What then may those resemble which lie still further to the south? It is reasonable to suppose that we have seen the best, being the most northerly. Should anyone possess the resolution and the fortitude to elucidate this point by pushing yet further south than I have done, I shall not envy him the fame of the discovery, but I make bold to declare that the world will derive no benefit from it. With the closing sentiment, whether it expresses ultimate truth or not, his successors have not agreed. Their actions prove that the poles are magnetic to man's mind as well as to the compass. The resolution and fortitude to eclipse Cook's own achievement have been forthcoming, notably among his own countrymen. The next great name is that of James Clark Ross, who on February 23, 1842, reached 78 degrees 10 minutes south, with his ships the Erebus and Terror, far east of Cook's explorations. These vessels had been well equipped, both internally and externally, for battling with polar cold, and for a series of scientific observations. Sailing from Tasmania, he met the first iceberg in longitude 174 east, and struck Victoria Land a few days later. He saw mountains, and at once began to give them names. A high conical peak was entered on the chart as Mount Sabine, and the range to which it belonged as Admiralty Mountains. Below Mount Sabine he found a promontory, and called it Cape Adair. Then 2 volcanoes came in sight, styled, in honor of his craft, Erebus and Terror. He next traced the ice barrier, fringing what he supposed to be land, for hundreds of miles eastwards, but was not able to effect a landing. In the course of his voyaging, which lasted for 3 years, he added enormously to the previous knowledge of the South Polar regions. By the aid of deep-sea dredging, he proved that coral insects, usually associated with the warmth of tropical seas, lived in the icy depth of the Antarctic Ocean, and the discovery of numberless schools of whales in these high latitudes proved of great value to the whaling industry. If any man deserves to be regarded as the hero of Antarctic exploration, says Dr. Carl Fricker, surely it is James Clark Ross. The first people to set foot on the Antarctic continent were the crew of the Antarctic, dispatched by Sven Foyn, a Norwegian whaler, to try their luck among the schools that Ross had seen. They landed at Cape Adair. During the early 90s, great efforts were made in Germany and Britain to stir up popular interest in the South Polar regions, and to equip vessels which should conduct a series of scientific researches in Antarctic waters. In 1895, the Belgians proved, by the dispatch of the Belgica, that they did not mean to be behindhand. The same year, Mr. C.E. Borchgrevink, who had gone with the Antarctic as a sailor before the mast in order to make zoological observations, sought in England the means for equipping a ship with which he might still further extend his research, and, thanks to the generosity of Sir George Newnes, was able to sail from the Thames in command of the Southern Cross on August 22, 1898. In the February following, the crew landed at Cape Adare, and at once began to build a house in which they should spend the winter, and by the end of the month had completed it. The vessel was then sent back to New Zealand, with orders to return at the beginning of 1899. During the winter spent on the ice, a sledge expedition reached 78 degrees 50 minutes south, thus establishing a fresh record. The magnetic pole was located, and the general aspect of Victoria Land decided to be a wide, elevated, mountainous country, with peaks rising to the height of between 10,000 and 12,000 feet above the sea level, precipitating into the Antarctic Ocean innumerable broad glaciers, traversed by deep, yawning crevasses, which present an almost insurmountable barrier to the progress of the traveler. Mr. Borchgrevink has some interesting remarks on the icebergs. They are in appearance of two distinct kinds, although, in my opinion, they have a similar origin. They are either discharged from what is ordinarily understood as a glacier, or broken from the big barrier in the extreme south. However, to my mind, this barrier is merely the northern extremity of a great ice sheet, sloping northwards from land near the South Pole, which is really nothing more or less than an immense glacier. The bergs being discharged from a glacier, which has descended from a great elevation and been squeezed between immense peaks, will naturally have a more rugged appearance than those discharged from the gently sloping ice sheet. The former are often overturned when forced into the sea, the latter break gently off through the great but steady pressure of the ice sheet. And the iceberg will, even after the calving which has taken place, maintain the character of the barrier or ice sheet from which it has been derived. Geographical Journal, October 1900. On one occasion, while exploring the foot of Mount Terror, the gallant leader and companions witnessed the sloughing off of an iceberg, attended by circumstances very trying to the whole party. A further quotation from his address to the Royal Geographical Society will inform the reader of this exciting experience. I effected a landing at the foot of Mount Terror, taking with me Lieutenant Kolbeck, Captain Jensen, and 2 sailors. The beach was formed by debris from an overhanging rock about 500 feet above, and did not exceed 10 feet in width and about 4 feet in height. Shortly after landing, Lieutenant Kolbeck, at my request, went back with the 2 sailors to the boat to fetch a camera, while Captain Jansen and I busied ourselves in collecting. Suddenly a tremendous roar commenced overhead. At the first moment the thought passed through my mind that the overhanging rock was coming down upon us. In the next I realized the dangerous fact, and communicated it to Captain Jensen, who simultaneously recognized that the glacier immediately to the west of our little beach was giving birth to an iceberg. Quick as thought the event followed. With a deafening roar, a huge body of ice plunged into the sea, and a white cloud of water and snow hid everything from our view. There was absolutely nothing to be done, and we both foresaw what immediately afterwards followed. A tidal wave, if I may so term it, because of its similarity to such, a raging, rushing wave rose like a wall from the plunge of this 1,000,000-ton mass of ice. It seemed rapidly to grow as it hurried towards our low ledge. We instinctively rushed to the highest part of our beach, and stood close to the perpendicular mountain wall. The wave, which must have had a height of from 15 to 20 feet, seemed long in reaching us. It struck me first. Lumps of ice dashed against my back, and I clung to the rock until I felt that the blood rushed from beneath my nails. I had just time to call out to Captain Jensen to cling to the rock, when the icy water closed over my head. When it had passed, Jensen was still at my side. The next few waves were several feet smaller, and only washed about us up to our armpits, but the drag of the water when it returned from the cliff tried us almost beyond our strength. Had it not been for a projecting ice slope which seemed to break the wave in its advance, we should undoubtedly have been smashed against the rock, for where the wave, unchecked, hit the wall some 10 yards beyond us, it tore away stones and left a mark of moisture some 20 feet above our heads, while marks of spray were to be seen still further up. A narrow escape indeed. But all's well that ends well, and the expedition was safely back in England the same year. Meanwhile, Professor Georg Neumayer, director of the famous Hamburg Observatory in Germany, and Sir Clements R. Markham, president of the Royal Geographical Society in England, had been emphatically urging the importance, both from a scientific and national point of view, of sending out expeditions to work simultaneously and in concert as far as possible, to give their observations taken in different parts of the Antarctic coast a greater value. The German government voted £60,000 for an expedition to be entrusted to Dr. Erich von Drygalski, who had already done excellent work on the inland ice of Greenland. In England, the Royal Geographical Society appealed for subscriptions, and one of their fellows, Mr. Longstaff, came forward with the generous offer of £25,000. Which was made up by the RGS and the Royal Society, together with private subscriptions, to £45,000. On June 22, 1899, a very influential deputation of scientific men waited upon the Right Honourable A.J. Balfour, First Lord of the Treasury, and in a series of speeches pointed out that now was a fine opportunity for Her Majesty's government to come to the aid of a scheme which, to those who could read things aright, was of national consequence. As Britannia rules the waves, said the aged Lord Kelvin, it is of primary importance for England to take part in the exploration of her own realm. And no doubt pride in the past of Britain's navy brought it about that in due course Parliament voted £45,000. Thus provided with the sinews of war, the promoters of the enterprise took active steps for the preparation of fit vessels to carry the exploring party, which consisted of a crew of 40 men, almost all sailors of the Royal Navy, under the command of Commander R. F. Scott, aided by Lieutenants Armitage, Shackleton, Royds, and Barne, Mr. Skelton, Dr. Ketlitz, Mr. Louis Bernacchi, Dr. Wilson, Mr. Hodgson, and Mr. Farrar. The Discovery, their future home, was built of oak, her sides being 2 feet 6 inches thick, and sheathed at the bows with steel. She measured 172 feet by 33 feet, and displaced about 1,570 tons. The engines were placed aft, so as to admit of a magnetic observatory being built before the mainmast, which had no iron within 30 feet. All possible arrangements were made that could conduce to the health and comfort of the crew. Generous people provided the ship with provisions, musical instruments, and a library of several hundred books, so that when, on August 6, 1901, the Discovery sailed from Cowes, 5 days before the German Kaus left Kiel, she was excellently equipped for a battle with the cold and gloom of a polar winter. In order that the expedition might spend 2 or 3 seasons in the far south, arrangements were made for sending relief ships with stores at the period when the ice breaks up, the Discovery herself going into winter quarters off the Great Barrier. On December 24, 1901, Commander Scott headed his vessel out of Point Chalmers, New Zealand, for Victoria Land. His instructions were to study the nature of Ross's Great Ice Barrier, if possible, to discover land to the eastward, to secure various scientific results during the voyage and in winter quarters, and from winter quarters to explore the volcanic region, and to make discoveries to the south and inland to the west. By January 9, 1902, Cape Adare was reached. The ship passed southwards along the shore of Victoria Land, and put into Lady Noon's Bay to kill and skin seals for winter consumption. The explorers found blubber abominable, but the seal meat itself fairly good, though by no means the equal of beef or mutton. From a point near Mount Terror they had their first view of the ice barrier, stretching away to the horizon on the south. They then rounded Cape Crozier, of the island on which stand Mounts Erebus and Terror, and turning due east, proceeded to feel their way along the barrier, which at first rose but 30 feet to 300 feet, though in the more easterly stretches 900 feet was often measured. In passing, it should be mentioned that Erebus, 12,365 feet, and Terror, 10,884 feet, earn, by their height, an honorable place among the volcanoes of the world. On 2 occasions, at least, smoke was seen proceeding from the crater of Erebus, which, like Hecla, is a testimony to the terrific heat underlying the adjacent fields of ice. After proceeding some 700 miles eastwards, a landing was made, and a captive balloon, carried for the purpose of observation, inflated. Captain Scott ascended in it 750 feet, and obtained a view of many parallel lines of undulating ice extending to the horizon. 300 miles more covered, the commander decided to turn back to the winter quarters already located south of the volcanoes, but not before discovering more land, which he named after our present king. They now prepared for the long winter night, which is 186 days long in the Antarctic as compared with 179 in the Arctic regions. Its cold is intense, precluding the growth of the vegetation which, in equal latitudes, is found in Arctica. Even below deck lumps of ice formed on the head of any bolt that terminated on the outside of the ship. As soon as the ice formed round the vessel, we stuck poles into it and stretched lines of rope from pole to pole leading to the shore, where we built a hut in case of anything happening to the ship, and then put a meteorological screen, in which were kept the barometers, thermometers, and other recording instruments, 100 yards astern of the ship, also stretching lines to this. Without this precaution, it would have been impossible for us to have traveled even the shortest distance necessary to reach either of these spots, because during the winter, and indeed at all times, blizzards would spring up suddenly, and one could not see a foot ahead. Lieutenant E. H. Shackleton in Pearson's Magazine. After days of glorious twilight, shot by many-hued rays of the dying sun, the luminary went down altogether. In spite of the cold and darkness, the crew kept merry enough. There was plenty of work to be done in repairing and preparing outfits, skinning and stuffing birds and seals, sorting things for the museum, fishing for marine creatures, collecting geological specimens, and, most important of all, taking scientific observations every 2 hours. The last duty proved one of the most trying, as it necessitated a short outdoor journey in all weathers. When a blizzard raged, the cold seemed increased tenfold, and even during the few minutes taken by the struggle from the ship to the screen, many a face or hand was frostbitten. In the evening, cards, music, impromptu plays, and books passed the time pleasantly enough. Good fellowship reigned on the Discovery as on the Fram. To take the place of journals from the outside world, the crew issued the South Polar Times, beautifully illustrated by Dr. Wilson, the artist of the expedition. It contained matter light and serious, and even if not the equal of the London Illustrateds, has a niche all to itself in the history of journalism. Sledge journeys formed a large part of the expedition's work. Lieutenant Armitage started westwards over the glaciers in the coast mountains, and ascended to an elevation of 9,000 feet. His party were away 53 days, and managed to reach a point 150 miles west of the ship. Some months earlier, Lieutenants Royds and Barne, Mr. Skelton, Dr. Ketlitz, and 8 men started for Mount Terror. On their homeward way they were separated by a snowstorm, and Mr. Barne's companions lost their bearings. Stumbling along in the driving snow, one of them slid over an ice cliff 150 to 200 feet high, and was killed. Barnes himself and 2 of his men had a very narrow escape from a similar fate, being brought up a few yards from the edge of an ice slope by a patch of soft snow. But for this kindly foothold, they would have been hurled into the sea far below. Dazed and half frozen, they managed, in some way unknown to themselves, to reach the top of the slide again. The death of poor Vince was the only fatal accident of the year, and its occurrence cast a temporary gloom over the ship. The most entertaining creatures met with by the explorers were the penguins, which, so far from showing fear, would often attack an intruder. Penguin rookeries on the rocks afforded considerable amusement. The old birds incubate the eggs with the aid of a feather flap, which is folded round the egg so as to keep it from touching the cold ground. It is indeed marvellous that, in such a climate, sufficient heat can be maintained for hatching purposes. The young birds are black. Their parents fill their own crops with shrimps, and then allow their nestlings to thrust a beak down their throats into the crop. The skua gull is the one enemy the penguins have, a fierce bird that does not fear to attack man himself. For mutual protection, the penguins live in small colonies, the old ones repelling the skua with their sharp beaks. Seals were as tame as the penguins, not attempting to move until, if meat were short, a hard blow on the nose stunned them. The sea leopard, on the other hand, sometimes proved an ugly customer, which required a rifle shot or two to quiet. Of polar bears no mention is made. On November 2nd, the sledge journey, which, by establishing a record of south latitude attained by man, has attracted so much attention, was begun. The party consisted of the commander, Mr. Wilson, and Lieutenant Shackleton, who took with them 19 dogs to haul 100 pounds apiece. Lieutenant Barne was sent ahead to make a depot of stores for use on the return journey. In order to reduce the weight of things carried to a minimum, the three denied themselves even the luxury of a pipe and tobacco, and went smokeless for the 94 days of their journey. Their bold dash across the great ice fields is the counterpart of that made in the north by Nansen and his companion. At first things went bravely enough, but soon the hard work of traveling even 15 miles a day told on the dogs, which began to sicken and die off one by one, leaving the men to take their places at the sledge ropes. It became necessary to lighten the freight by forming a second depot, and to push southward with the few dogs that survived and 3 weeks' provisions at the rate of 2 pounds per man per day. This amount had to be curtailed owing to the continued mortality among the dogs on account of improper food, and the prospect of a more difficult return as a consequence. The trials of such traveling are severe. First, there is the always present sense of not having had a good meal. Secondly, the inability to wash for weeks together. Thirdly, the difficulty of getting into or out of frozen furs, sleeping bags, socks, etc. Fourthly, the great weariness from trudging over the rough ice and hauling at the sledge. To these may be added, in this case, snow blindness, which attacked all three more or less severely, in spite of the colored goggles worn. Then, says Lieutenant Shackleton, we had to have our eyes bandaged and be led to the sledge to pull, and at the end of the day's work led from the sledge into the tent where a single pannikin of food was prepared. When I was snowblind, I could never tell when I had finished my food, because by diligently scraping round I might come across a morsel. Then one of my companions, having good eyesight, would manage to scrape up perhaps another spoonful. Lunch soon became a very simple affair. A few lumps of sugar, a biscuit and a half, and a little bit of seal's meat, eaten as they marched along. When a blizzard came on, there was but one thing to do, to put up the tent and cower in it till the storm had passed. Christmas Day, 1902, distinguished itself by its warmth, which enabled them to make an unusually good march. The day did not pass without appropriate feasting, on a very small scale, as the plum pudding weighed but 6 ounces. But a new and terrible enemy had put in its appearance, scurvy, and they had, much against their will, to decide on a right-about face after a few more days of southward march. On the New Year's Eve, they broke the record by 200 miles, reaching 82 degrees, 17 minutes south, at a point on the edge of the ice, separated from the rock of the solid land by an immense chasm, a mile in width, and about another mile from the cliffs. This effectually barred the passage, and the next day saw them set their faces northwards once more. The retreat was marked by the physical breakdown of Lieutenant Shackleton, who, in spite of asthmatic trouble, pushed pluckily on ahead while his companions dragged the sledges behind. All the dogs but 2 had now perished, and the survivors were only skin and bone. So Commander Scott and Dr. Wilson had to pull 260 pounds each, a heavy burden for men reduced by want of good food to poor condition. However, on February 3rd they reached the Discovery again safely, to find that the relief ship, Morning, had arrived with stores, and, more welcome still, news from the outer world. Lieutenant Shackleton, on account of his poor health, was invalided home. As a recognition of his great feat of leading a party so far south, 490 miles from his base, Commander Scott won the Patrons Medal of the Royal Geographical Society. Owing to exceptional cold, the Discovery was unable to leave her winter quarters in 1903, and the Morning only just managed to clear the ice in time to escape imprisonment. Had not her captain, Colbeck, by clever seamanship worked his vessel out of the floes, a great calamity would have overtaken the expedition. Many more mouths to feed, and no ship to carry home news or bring further relief. During 1903, Scott and a gallant little band crossed the interior of Victoria Land to a point 270 miles east of the ship, and after encountering great dangers and several hairbreadth escapes, they made a most interesting discovery of fossil plants in a glacier. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Royds explored the ice barrier in a southeasterly direction for 160 miles, and Lieutenant Barne followed the land edge in equal distance due south. Altogether, much important work had been done before the Morning once again hove in sight on January 5, 1904. Strenuous efforts were now made to free the Discovery by the help of gunpowder, and on February 19th she was free. On April 1st, a telegram from Lyttelton, New Zealand, told the National Geographical Society that the expedition had returned to that port safe and sound after 2.5 years in the Antarctic region. By the time that these words are in print, brave Commander Scott and his crew will be in England to tell their enthralling story in all its details. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. The Romance of a Great River. The great rivers of a country have played a very important part in its history. It is hard to conceive of Egypt without its Nile, England without its Thames, India without the Ganges and Indus, the United States without the Mississippi. What the Hoang Ho, Yangtze Kiang, and Canton rivers have done for China, the Amazon for Brazil, the Volga for Russia, the Danube for Austria, the Elbe for Germany, the Seine for France, is incalculable. There is no need to extend the list, for we all know that before the advent of the railroad, the commercial development of any people was largely bound up with its waterways, and even now the iron horse finds in the navigable river a valuable ally. Yet there is one great river to which mankind is indebted for nothing, a river that has been a bar rather than an aid to the advance of civilization. This is the famous Colorado, the Colored River, which rises in the mountains of Wyoming, and after a turbulent course of 2,000 miles, precipitates itself into the Gulf of California. It may be said for the Colorado that if it has not proved useful, it is ornamental. Magnificent were the proper word to apply to its scenery. The cañons of the Colorado are unique. To see them people come from all parts of the world, and not a single visitor turns away disappointed. For the better understanding of this chapter, let us open our atlas and briefly note the main features of the flow of this extraordinary river and its tributaries. Its ultimate source may be put down at a point about 50 miles south of the Yellowstone National Park, whence it runs some 600 miles in a southerly direction, under the name of the Green River, to its junction with the Grand River entering on the left bank. This tributary placed out of the reckoning, it is noticeable that only for a very few miles does the Colorado traverse the state of the same name. From the junction downwards for over 1,200 miles, the Colorado rushes through the deep canyons which it has cut out in the high tablelands of Utah and Arizona, maintaining a southwesterly direction to its confluence with the Virgin River, where the stream turns abruptly south for the remainder of its course, which is towards the embouchure through alluvial country. There are 25 canyons. The names of the principal ones reckoned from the source end are Lodore, Whirlpool, Desolation, Labyrinth, Cataract, Glen, Marble, and Grand, significant titles. Of these, the last two are preeminent for their scenery, their depth, and their length. The walls of the Grand Canyon, 217½ miles long, have an average height of 4,000 feet and a maximum height of over a mile. Its width varies at the brink from 4½ to 12 miles, but its inner gorge is much narrower, contracting in places to 3/4 of a mile. Through this gorge the water runs at high water with a velocity exceeding 20 miles an hour. To give the reader some idea of the formation and appearance of the canyons, the author has been kindly permitted to make quotations from Mr. Frederick S. Dellenbaugh's beautifully illustrated book on the Colorado River. The Grand Canyon may be likened to an inverted mountain range. Imagine a great mountain chain cast upside down in plaster. Then all the former ridges and spurs of the range become tributary canyons and gulches running back 20 or 30 miles into the surrounding country, growing shallower and shallower as the distance increases from the central core, just as the great spurs and ridges of a mountain range, descending, melt finally into the plain. Often there are parts where the central gorge is narrow and precipitous, just as a mountain range frequently possesses mighty precipices. But it is an error to think of great canyons as mere slits in the ground, dark and gloomy, like a deep well from whose depths stars may be sighted at midday. Minor canyons sometimes approach this character, as, for example, the Cañon of the Upper Virgin, called Perunuweap, 1,500 feet deep and no more than 20 to 30 feet wide, with vertical walls. But I have never been in a cañon from which stars were visible in daylight, nor have I known any one who had. The light is about the same as that at the bottom of a narrow street flanked by very high buildings. The walls may sometimes be gloomy from their color, or may seem so from the circumstances under which one views them, but aside from the fact that any deep, shut-in valley or cañon may become oppressive, there is nothing specially gloomy about a deep cañon. The sun usually falls more or less in every cañon, no matter how narrow or deep. At the bottom of the Kanab, where it joins the Grand, the sunlight in November remains in the bottom just 2 hours, but outside in the gorge the time is very much longer. The walls of a great cañon, and usually a small one, are terraced. Seldom are they wholly vertical for their entire height, though occasionally they may approach this condition on one side or the other, and more rarely on both sides at once, depending on the geological formation of the locality. Owing to the immense height of the walls of such cañons as those on the Colorado, the cliffs frequently appear perpendicular when they are far from it, just as a mountain peak often seems to tower over one's head, when in reality it may be a considerable distance off. In the nature of the formation and development of cañons, they could not long retain continuous vertical walls. The erosive and corrosive power of water being the chief land sculptors, it is evident that there will be a continual wearing away of the faces of the bounding cliffs. The softer beds will be cut away faster than the harder, and where these underlie the harder, the latter will be undermined and fall. Every cañon is always widening at its top and sides through the action of rain, frost, and wind, as well as deepening through the action of its flowing streams. Erosion is this power which carves away the cliffs, and corrasion the one which saws at the bottom, the latter term meaning the cutting power of running water. This cutting power varies according to the declivity and the amount of sediment carried in suspension. It is plain that a stream of great declivity will be able to carry more sediment than one having little, and in a barren country would always be highly charged with sand, which would cut and scour the bed of the channel like a grindstone. The powers of erosion are far slower than those of corrasion, especially in an arid region because they are intermittent. Where rocks take a polish, as in Marble Cañon, the scouring and polishing work of corrasion is seen in the shining bright surface as far as the water rises. The cañons of Colorado exist because in that particular part of the world's surface the requisite conditions are found in conjunction. In the mountainous regions of Wyoming and Colorado, an abundant fall of rain and snow takes place year after year. The water must drain off somehow, and owing to the great height of the mountains, it was able originally to cross the elevated tablelands of Utah and Arizona, though these rise to a height of 7,000 to 8,000 feet above sea level. Now, if these tablelands had been as well watered as the mountains, they would have precipitated their contributions into the channels scooped out by the mountain streams, and by breaking up the slopes into innumerable gullies would have caused their rapid disintegration, with the usual result of forming a valley constantly widening as it deepened. But it so happened that the mesas, or tablelands, are practically waterless, and they have remained almost passive spectators of the action of the mountain-fed streams. Should great climatic changes take place, and the rainfall of these arid heights become heavy, then the cañons would rapidly, in a geological sense, widen out into valleys. So much for the physical features of the Colorado. Let us now turn to the story of its discovery and exploration by Europeans. In 1539, after his conquest of Mexico, the Spaniard, Hernando Cortez, sent an expedition under Francisco de Ulloa to explore the Gulf of California, then named, in honor of the conqueror, the Sea of Cortez. Ulloa sailed up the Gulf to within so short a distance of the Colorado's mouth that he experienced the effects of the boil caused by the meeting of the salt and fresh waters. Then his courage or his curiosity failed him, and he turned back. Hard on his heels came Hernando de Alarcon, securing the goodwill of the natives by representing himself as a visitant from the sun, managed to penetrate about 280 miles up the stream. Meanwhile, two other Spaniards, leaving a land force that was meant to cooperate with Alarcon, also reached the river, Lopez de Cardenas, probably from his description, actually attaining to the Grand Cañon. From the beginning of the 17th to the end of the 18th centuries is the period of the journeys of the Spanish padres among the Indian inhabitants of the Colorado Valley. Uate, Kino, Garces, and Escalante worked very hard to make converts to Christianity, and in doing so explored considerable portions of the cañons. The massacre of Garces closed their missionary endeavors, and when, after the lapse of another half-century, the white man again pressed across to the cañons, he came as a trapper, eagerly seeking the precious beaver skin, and ready to repel with bloodshed the hostility of the natives. These men, of whom Kit Carson was the best known, removed Arizona and Utah from among the unexplored parts of the West. They were in turn succeeded by men whose chief object was scientific investigation, some coming by land and some by water. Lieutenant Ives, in 1857, ascended the river to the mouth of the Black Cañon, and in 1858 penetrated the cañon to its head. In 1867 a man named White was found below the Grand Cañon in an exhausted condition, which he ascribed to a terrible journey through the Grand and the preceding cañons on a raft. He told how, while prospecting on the Grand River, he and two companions were attacked by Indians, and one of their number killed. The two survivors retreated into a cañon where they found enough driftwood to make a raft of, and under cover of night entrusted themselves to the seething waters. They passed through terrible gorges and whirlpools, in one of which White lost his comrade. At last he reached the mouth of the little Colorado to find a terrific eddy, where he too almost perished. Fortunately, however, the raft was not sucked into the vortex, and he floated into the smoother waters of the Grand Cañon, out of which he was taken by a pioneer named Hardy. His sufferings procured him abundant sympathy and a good deal of cash for his homeward journey. Yet of his story it must be confessed that it was magnificent, but not the truth. When someone had been through the cañons, his statements fell to pieces. To take but two instances, the terrible whirlpool at the confluence of the Great and Little Colorado is non-existent, while the smooth waters of the Grand Cañon are in reality a raging torrent full of rapids. We now at last come to the true hero of the Colorado, Major John Wesley Powell, who had fought in the Civil Wars and in them lost his right forearm. During the course of several expeditions along the river heights in 1867, Major Powell conceived the idea of exploring the gorges by boat. To quote Mr. Dellenbaugh once again, he decided that the starting point must be where the Union Pacific Railway had just been thrown across Green River, and that the only chance for success was to continue on the torrential flood till either he should arrive at the end of the great cañons near the mouth of the Rio Virgin, or should himself be vanquished in the endeavor. It was to be a duel to the finish between the mysterious torrent on the one side and a little group of valiant men on the other. Never had plumed knight of old a more dreadful antagonist. No ordinary man was equal to this difficult task, which demanded not alone courage of the highest order, but combined with this courage a master mind and the strategic skill of a general. Like a good general, Major Powell left nothing to chance. For such a journey ordinary boats would not suffice. He accordingly went to Chicago and had 4 strong skiffs built after his own designs. 3 were 21 feet long and of oak, the 4th of pine, and 16 feet over all. Each had a watertight compartment fore and aft to buoy her up in case of a capsize, the center being open for the accommodation of supplies, which included a long rope for lowering through rapids. The boats were taken by rail to Green River, Wyoming, and then launched. On May 24, 1869, the small party of 10 men set out on their perilous trip, the actual dangers of which could be ascertained by experiment only. 2 records were kept of the journey, one by the chief and the other by John C. Sumner, who was in Powell's boat. Nothing noteworthy occurred until the voyagers reached Lodore Cañon, where the No Name got into trouble, being swept down the rapids and broken on the rocks. Its occupants were luckily able to cling to rocks and boulders until rescued by their companions. This disaster, coming so early in the voyage, was discouraging, but nobody thought of turning back. Without further mishap they cleared Lodore Cañon and entered the whirlpool, through which they passed very rapidly, and on into the Split Mountain. In Desolation Cañon, Powell's boat was upset, and the fate of the expedition trembled in the balance. The crew managed, however, to keep hold of the boat and bring it to the bank. The next day a man was knocked overboard and dragged along head downwards through a rapid, his foot caught under a seat, but was hauled inboard again unhurt. Labyrinth Cañon, very tortuous, negotiated, they reached the confluence of the Colorado with the Grand River, the first white men, probably, to see it from the water level. Here some expeditions were made into the surrounding country and an inventory taken of the stock of provisions, which had been sadly diminished by the loss of one boat. The party was threatened with a famine unless they progressed faster in the future. They therefore cast off again into the rapids of Cataract Cañon, making numerous portages at dangerous spots. Once more Major Powell's boat capsized, and once more the crew escaped with their lives. Before this terrible gorge was left behind, Many anxious moments tried the courage and patience of all. Meanwhile, a report that the adventurers had perished in a whirlpool had been spread by a man who represented himself as the sole survivor, in order to get sympathy and dollars. He succeeded in this, but could not dismay Mrs. Powell, who knew for a fact that the expedition had passed the reputed point of their doom. For 149 miles the boats floated smoothly through Glen Canyon, and bore the 10 men into the throat of the gorge named, from the polished surface of its sides, the Marble Canyon. At the entrance the wall rose a few hundred feet only, but after 3 days of difficult traveling their height had increased to nearly 2/3 of a mile. Soon the little Colorado was seen, a small, muddy stream entering through a side cañon on the left. A month's rations now remained, and the Grand Cañon. "We have," writes Major Powell in his diary, "an unknown distance yet to run, an unknown river yet to explore. What falls there are we know not, what rocks beset the channel we know not, what walls rise over the river we know not. The men talk as cheerfully as ever. Jests are bandied about freely this morning, but to me the cheer is somber and the jests are ghastly." The mile-high cliffs on either side added to their anxiety, making them feel so far from the outside world above. Yet no serious difficulty was met until they reached the first granite gorge, where the rough sides caused the water to be very troubled. The same day on which they entered the granite, this is Mr. Dellenbaugh's account, they arrived, after running and portaging around several bad rapids, at a terrific fall, announced by a loud roar like the steady boom of Niagara, reverberating back and forth from wall to wall, and filling the whole gorge with its ominous note. The river was beaten to a solid sheet of reeling foam for 1/3 of a mile. There was but one choice, but one path for the boats, and that lay through the midst of it, for on each side the waves pounded violently against the jagged cliffs which so closely hemmed them in. Men might climb up to the top of the granite and find their way around the obstruction 1,000 feet above it, descending again a mile or two down, but they could not take the boats over such a road. So they got into their boats and started on the smooth waters, so soon shattered into raging billows. Though filled with water, the boats all rode successfully and came out below crowned with success. For the 3rd time a boat was overturned in a rapid, though as usual without any fatal result. What caused almost as much anxiety as the passage of the cataracts was the rapidly diminishing supply of food. At last 3 of the party, weary of the eternal cañons, portages, and scanty rations, refused to proceed further down the stream, and determined to make for civilized regions across the almost unknown plateau. They accordingly said good-bye to their 7 companions, climbed the cliffs a mile skywards, and disappeared from view. On the plateau they crossed the trail of a band of Chouette Indians, who, in revenge for outrages committed by some miners of the neighborhood, fell upon the 3 men from an ambush and massacred them. It would have been well for them had they stuck to the colors, for the dangers of the voyage were nearly over. After shooting one more dangerous fall, Powell and his party emerged from the Grand Cañon victorious, the first men who had ever come alive through the gorges of the Colorado. They might indeed be proud of their feat, achieved as the result of constant watchfulness, courage, and patience, and it may be added, privation, since but 10 pounds of flour and 15 of dried apples remained to the explorers when they met white men again. It certainly stands out as a unique journey in the records of exploration. For though on many occasions men have ventured into the unknown terrors of desert or mountain, no one yet had deliberately faced the perils of 1,000 miles of whirling water amid which a single sunken rock might easily spell annihilation. Most men would have been satisfied with one such journey. To Major Powell's mind, the scientific observation left much to be desired, and he accordingly prepared for another descent, financially aided by the government. Mr. F.S. Dellenbaugh himself took part in the second journey, of which he has given a most interesting account in the book already referred to. On this occasion 3 boats were used, rather larger than their predecessors. 11 men manned them. The expedition left Green River Station on May 22, 1871, and terminated in the Grand Cañon early in September, 1872. The intermediate winter was spent surveying in Glen Canyon and the neighborhood. During August, 1872, the party, reduced by illness to 7 persons, had some exciting experiences in the Grand Cañon, where the rapids seem to have been even more violent than in 1869. 18 years later, a railway surveying party descended the river from the Grand River Junction to the sea, but up to date nobody has made the complete trip from the Green River Station to the salt water of the Californian Gulf. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. Through Canadian forests and mountains. No land in the globe affords a more appropriate setting for stories of adventure and exploration, whether found in fiction or drawn from real experience, than the great wild west of North America. Not the degenerate west of the present day, vulgarized by cattle ranches and mining camps, but the free, boundless expanse of virgin forest and prairie, the home of the whooping, scalping red Indian, the grizzly bear, and the buffalo in its innumerable herds. It is positively refreshing, after a long course of literary journeys through arid deserts and frozen mountains, to take up a breezy narrative of irresponsible adventure in a land beloved of one's youth, through which we followed, with enthralled interest, the trail of Hawkeye, of Charlie Ashley, or of Ballantyne's youthful heroes. When Dr. Cheadle and Viscount Milton, the authors of The Northwest Passage by Land, sailed from Liverpool in the summer of 1863, their object, it would appear, was not exploration, but sport and adventure in the plains and forests of Saskatchewan and Athabasca, to be followed by a trip through the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific coast. However, whether agreeably to their ambition or not, they found themselves involved, in the course of their travels, in a tremendous episode of pioneering, worthy to take its place among the great achievements of deliberate explorers. The title of their book is somewhat misleading, for their route lay not through the Northwest Territory as we know it, but across the southern states of what is now the Canadian Dominion, comparatively near to the boundary line of the United States. In those days, the West was yet in its full glory of wildness. British Columbia was but vaguely known, and all the vast territory between Lake Superior and the Rockies, as far north as the Arctic Circle, was monopolized as its hunting ground by the Hudson's Bay Company and remained sheer primitive wilderness, broken only by a small settlement on the Red River and the company's widely scattered forts or trading stations. Entering the country from the States by way of the Red River, just in advance of an old-fashioned Indian rising which exterminated the white inhabitants of the district south of the border, the party reached Fort Garry, a site now occupied by the thriving city of Winnipeg. Their outfit for the plains was here got together. It followed fairly closely the traditional order. French half-breeds were engaged, horses bought, and pemmican and other supplies packed in rough carts of the country, but it gives somewhat of a shock to read that instead of the once indispensable pea rifle, their weapons consisted of double-barreled smoothbores and revolvers. The season was getting late, so they decided to move westward, join in the great fall buffalo hunt, spend the winter trapping in the forests, and cross the mountains in the spring. Through delightful park-like country, they traveled to Fort Carlton on the North Saskatchewan River, shooting feathered game, which was abundant everywhere, and encamping by water every night. A few marches farther on, they came upon buffalo, and the running began. This form of sport has been frequently described. It is intensely exciting, but unless the hunters are true sportsmen and possessed of unusual self-restraint, is bound to degenerate into butchery to the ultimate benefit of the wolves alone. The excitement of the chase, rather than greed for the pelts, is responsible for the running of, practically speaking, the last wild buffalo off the face of the American continent. Our friends were moderate enough, but one of their companions, a new hand at the game, could not break off before he had utterly lost himself. Next morning he was brought back, like a naughty boy, by a party of Cree Indians, who, having been suitably entertained, were sent away apparently satisfied. It was not so, however, for they had scented rum without getting any. Now rum is the one crying need of the Indians and half-breeds of the plains. They are not dram drinkers, for the taste of firewater does not appeal to their palates. What they appreciate is its solid, intoxicating property. "I do not drink often," said Laurent, the chief guide, a sober man enough on the march, "but when I do, I drink properly." The Hudson's Bay Company, to their everlasting credit, consistently refused to trade spirits with the natives, but travelers were often less conscientious. The disappointed Crees followed the party to steal their horses, but being suspected of the design, were thrown off the track by a clever frontier ruse. Winter quarters took the form of the usual backwoodsman's hut, of rough poplar logs laid horizontally, with the interstices packed with mud. It boasted a wooden floor and a parchment window, also a stone fireplace and chimney, and altogether kept them warm and fairly comfortable. The stately edifice was named, in the parlance of the country, Fort Milton, in honor of its architect, and served the two sportsmen as a home from the end of October until the beginning of April. This period was devoted ostensibly to the trapping of fur-bearing animals, but in fact more generally to the task of keeping themselves and their dependents supplied with food. This trapping is no pastime. The trapper, loaded with a heavy pack, has to make long rounds, each entailing several night camps in the bitter cold. The deadfall is the form of trap usually employed, having the advantage that it can be made on the spot, whereas the spring trap, necessarily a weighty one, must be carried long distances. The deadfall consists of a small enclosure formed of stakes driven into the ground, into which the animal can only insert 2/3 of its body through an entrance at one end. Across and above the entrance is poised a tree trunk, kept in position by a stick, to the further end of which the bait is fixed. When the bait is seized, the tree is liberated and crushes the animal to death. Dr. Cheadle, in particular, became very expert at this work. The animals most commonly taken were the marten, the mink, and the fisher, all of the weasel tribe, but the most valuable skins were those of the silver and cross foxes. Laurent, a trapper of great experience, had some very queer stories to tell about that bête noire of his profession, the wolverine, whose almost diabolical cunning qualifies him for his Indian sobriquet of Equaharcus, the evil one. The following example should be tall enough for any smoking room. In one instance, when every device to deceive his persecutor had been at once seen through and utterly futile, he adopted the plan of placing the gun in a tree, with the muzzle pointing vertically downwards upon the bait. This was suspended from a branch at such a height that the animal could not reach it without jumping. The gun was fastened high up in the tree, completely screened from view by the branches. Now, the wolverine is an animal troubled with exceeding curiosity. He investigates everything, and anything suspended almost out of reach generally offers an irresistible temptation. But in the case related by Laurent, the carcajou restrained his curiosity and hunger for the time, climbed the tree, cut the cords which bound the gun, which then tumbled harmlessly to the ground, and then, descending, secured the bait without danger. One must conclude, however, that the wolverine either is a very scarce animal or that his reputation is decidedly overcolored Otherwise, no trapper would ever secure a single pelt. Winter on the plains is always a hard time, but this year it was a particularly cruel one for the Indians, for the wholesale slaughter going on had rendered the buffalo scarce, and that meant starvation. Many gaunt figures stalked up to Fort Milton, too proud to ask for food, too honest to steal when the chance offered, though nearly dying of hunger. Happily, the stores provided a meal for all, but had to be replenished several times from the distant stations of the company. In April came the thaw, and a forward move could be made. The horses, turned loose in poor condition in the autumn to shift for themselves through the winter, were tracked down some 10 miles away, as fat as though stall-fed, thanks to the marvelous snow-hidden pasture. Returning to Fort Carlton, the two travelers procured supplies, packed them this time on horses, and made a fresh start for the Rockies. At Fort Pitt, they engaged their remarkable guide, a half-breed known as the Assiniboine, combining the most seductive manners with the blackest reputation. Journeying through splendid fertile country in these days, as the travelers could then predict, rapidly filling up with emigrants from Europe and the States, they reached Edmonton, where they picked up another traveling companion, assuredly the most extraordinary figure in all the history of exploration. This curiosity, in whom can be recognized the original of numerous characters in fictional adventure, is thus described, quote, Mr. O.B. was an Irishman of between 40 and 50 years of age, of middle height and wiry make. His face was long and its features large, and a retreating mouth, almost destitute of teeth, gave a greater prominence to his rather elongated nose. He was dressed in a long coat of alpaca, of ecclesiastical cut, and wore a black wide-awake, which ill accorded with the weak stubble on his chin, fustian trousers, and high-lows tied with string. He carried an enormous stick, and altogether his appearance showed a curious mixture of the clerical with the rustic. His speech was rich with the brogue of his native isle, and his discourse ornamented with numerous quotations from the ancient classics." End quote. He claimed, probably with truth, to be a graduate of Cambridge University, a schoolmaster by profession, driven by the cruel force of fate into these wilds in a preposterous quest of employment. As none was forthcoming, he was now on his way to British Columbia, and was good-naturedly allowed to attach himself to the party, despite the mutual prejudices existing between him and the Assiniboine, whom he only knew in the character of murderer. Among the foothills of the Rockies, the country became much more difficult, and as the pine forest thickened, game grew less, but grizzly bears, to the great discomfort of Mr. O.B., more plentiful. The scholar was an utterly helpless piece of lumber, and desperately afraid of all animals, wild or domesticated, but almost paid his way by the amusement he afforded. To check his inveterate practice of lagging behind, the Assiniboine or his son would play grizzly in a thicket, a device which always brought Mr. O.B. up in great style. After a narrow escape from a forest fire and other disagreeable experiences, the party reached Jasper House, an abandoned fort on the Athabasca River at the mouth of the Yellowhead Pass. Here dwelt a portion of the secluded tribe of Shuswap Indians. Surely, if the reports of the pioneers who first discovered them can be trusted, the hardiest folk in the world. The only clothing used by this singular people was a small robe of the skin of the mountain marmot. They wandered barefoot among the sharp rocks, and amidst the snow and bitter frost of the fierce north winter. When camping for the night, they are in the habit of choosing the most open spot instead of seeking the protection of the woods. In the middle of this, they make only a small fire and lie in the snow with their feet towards it like the spokes of a wheel, each individual alone, wrapped in a marmot robe, the wife apart from her husband, the child from its mother. Such was the people, whose members did not always succeed in safely accomplishing the journey which now lay before our travelers to the Shuswap Lake, the headquarters of the tribe. The crossing of the Rockies did not call for much mountaineering. In fact, so gradual are the slopes that the crest of the Yellowhead Pass was surmounted without being recognized for a ridge. The going was bad enough, however, consisting mainly in the crossing and recrossing of turbulent rivers. At the fords, Mr. B was always immense. Horribly frightened, he floundered through the water or clung frantically to his saddle when the depth rendered necessary the help of the terrible horse, upbraiding his companions incessantly and wildly shouting very fairly appropriate Latin or Greek quotations. When for a change it left a torrent bed, the path was merely a trapper's track through dense forest, or, what was much worse, over burnt areas where the trunks lay tangled on the ground. Beyond the pass, after they struck the Fraser River, their experiences were even more painful. Tree trunks were larger and water deeper. Pack horses were constantly getting swept away by the current, and one of them, with his pack, was finally lost. The loss fell heavily on all, for the pack contained their whole stock of tea, salt, and tobacco. But the loudest wail arose from Mr. O.B., whose complete outfit, comprising tin kettle, spectacles, and letters of introduction, had been involved in the calamity. Nothing was left him but Paley's evidences, ever cherished in his breast pocket. But the poor pedagogue was always in trouble, airing his ridiculous woes. From Tête Jaune Cache on the Fraser, their objective was the mining camps on the Caribou Hills. But finding that this course meant cutting every foot of their way through virgin forest, the party turned aside in the expectation of finding a trail down the valley of the North Thompson River. It was this detour which, as has been said, involved them in the extreme difficulties of exploratory pioneering. From Tête Jaune Cache to Kamloops is a distance of some 300 miles, and the way, vaguely known to a few Indians, followed the banks of the river mentioned, which runs from north to south. An old squaw, who had made the journey in her girlhood, traced a rough map for them, but they mainly relied on the fact that a strong party of Canadians, bound for Caribou, had started shortly before in that direction. Following with difficulty the trail of the latter, they reached a point about halfway, where the Canadians had evidently slaughtered their cattle, unable to get any further, and had taken to the river. The position of the party thus became, as a matter of fact, desperate. An attempt to navigate a raft nearly had a fatal result, and was fortunately abandoned as impossible. Not 3 days' rations and but a few charges of powder remained, and their clothes were in rags. The only way of escape appeared to lie in cutting a way forward through indefinite leagues of forest, such as they shall describe for themselves. Quote, "No one who has not seen a primeval forest, where trees of gigantic size have grown and fallen undisturbed for ages, can form any idea of the collection of timber or the impenetrable character of such a region. There were pines and thujas of every size, the patriarch of 300 feet in height standing alone, or thickly clustering groups of young ones struggling for the vacant place of some prostrate giant. The fallen trees lay piled around, forming barriers often 6 or 8 feet high on every side. Trunks of huge cedars, moss-grown or decayed, lay half buried in the ground, on which others as mighty had recently fallen. Trees still green and living, recently blown down, blocking the view with a wall of earth held in their matted roots. Living trunks, dead trunks, rotten trunks, dry barkless trunks, and trunks moist and green with moss, bare trunks and trunks with branches, prostrate, reclining, horizontal, propped up at different angles, timber of every size, in every stage of growth and decay, in every possible position, entangled in every possible combination." End quote. Fill with this sort of tangle a narrow valley, its sides sloping at an angle of 45 degrees to the water of a torrential river, and it may be possible to conceive how the party had to convey themselves and their worn-out horses. The party, too, was signally weak in its constituents. Dr. Cheadle and the guide were of fine physique. Lord Milton seems to have been slight. The The other members were the guide's wife and boy and the unspeakable Mr. O.B. The Assiniboine led the way with the one small axe they possessed, and forward they pressed. With heartbreaking labor, 3 to 5 miles progress was made each day. An occasional wood partridge or skunk eked out their vanishing stock of food. At last a horse had to be sacrificed. In the hope of obviating the steppe, the Assiniboine devoted a day to hunting. He returned with one miserable marten and news of the gruesome discovery of a dead man. The story of the headless Indian, which follows, met with much incredulity on its appearance, but 9 years later, as will be seen, received signal and complete corroboration. Following the half-breed's directions, the authors found, at the foot of a large pine, the corpse in a sitting posture, with the legs crossed and the arms clasped over the knees, bending forward over the ashes of a miserable fire of small sticks. The ghastly figure was headless, and the cervical vertebrae projected dry and bare. The skin, brown and shriveled, stretched like parchment over the long framework, so that the ribs showed through distinctly prominent. The cavity of the chest and abdomen was filled with the exuvia of chrysalis, and the arms and legs resembled those of a mummy. The clothes, consisting of woolen shirt and leggings with a tattered blanket, still hung round the shrunken form. Near the body were a small axe, a fire bag, large tin kettle, and 2 baskets made of birch bark. In the bag were flint, steel, and tinder, an old knife, and a single charge of shot carefully tied up in a piece of rag. No trace of the head could be found. The Indian was doubtless a Shuswap, bound, like themselves, for Kamloops. Fragments of the head bones of a horse lay by him. The parallel was startlingly complete. Like them, reduced to the verge of starvation, he had eaten his horse. Leaving the grim remains untouched, they returned sadly to camp. The sequel may be given at once. In June 1872, 9 years later, a survey party of the Canadian Pacific Railway reached the spot and found the bones still there, scattered by the fall of the pine, and buried them. The mysteriously missing skull also was discovered 50 yards away. Again, some months later, Mr. Grant, author of Ocean to Ocean, following the same trail, saw the grave, and a companion carried off the skull, a photograph of which appears in his book. So Blackie, Mr. O.B.'s pack horse, met his fate, and in the strength of his meat the party marched forward. The valley narrowed to a gorge where a precarious path was picked along the face of a precipice. At one point a horse went over a sheer cliff and was miraculously saved by lodging astride a tree trunk, from which dangerous perch he was actually rescued unhurt. Another horse was turned into food, but even the splendid Assiniboine lost all hope. At last an old trapper's trail was struck, which in a few more days led them out of this awful valley, through which they had been struggling for 5 weeks. Nearer Kamloops they met with Indians, who produced potatoes, ravenously eaten raw, and so, haggard and unkempt, their clothes in tatters and their moccasins in shreds, they tottered along to the settlement and the land of plenty. Mr. O.B., such care had he taken of himself, arrived after the main body as fresh as a colt, flying swiftly before the dreaded fury of the Assiniboine, who was bringing up the horses. And now, having brought them back to civilization, we must prepare to take leave of our friends. They carried out their intention of visiting the mines of Caribou, and after many adventures, which cannot here be recorded, worked their way to the Pacific and San Francisco, whence they returned by way of Panama to Liverpool. A word must be added as to the fate of the Canadians who preceded them down the Thompson. They had taken to rafts at Slaughter Camp, as was surmised, and met with disaster at the gorge. The survivors landed and cut their way along the bank, but on the other side of the river, and eventually arrived at Kamloops in wretched plight. Mr. Grant, who 9 years later followed very closely the route taken by Cheadle and Milton all the way from Red River, is able to vouch in Ocean to Ocean for the accuracy of their narrative, including the vagaries of the valiant Mr. O.B. Note, this chapter is based upon the Northwest Passage by land, from which quotations have been made by the kind permission of the authors and of the publishers. End chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Linehart. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. Among South American Forests. Among the rivers of South America, the Orinoco is most bound up with English history, for its name is linked with that of Sir Walter Raleigh, one of England's noblest sons. He looked to the Guianas as likely to prove for him what Mexico had proved for Cortez and Peru for Pizarro, a land of gold and other inexhaustible riches. Since the days of these Spanish conquerors, the natives had poured into the eager ears of foreigners stories of the untold wealth of Guyana, the country that lay round the great Orinoco. Fables of the vast city of Manon and El Dorado passed from mouth to mouth. In comparison with Guyana, Peru was a poverty-stricken country, and no city in the world could hold a candle to Manon for its size, riches, and excellent situation for trade. Rumor said that to this city had been carried all such treasure as the natives of Mexico and Peru saved from the rapacious hands of the Spaniards, so that, quote, the very boxes and troughs were made of gold and silver, and billets of gold lay about in heaps, end quote. The Spanish invaders were not slow to test the truth of the reports about this rich Tom Tiddler's ground, sending expedition after expedition, which cost the lives of thousands but produced no important discoveries. Then Sir Walter Raleigh came on the scene. He hoped to succeed where the Spaniards had failed. On February 6, 1595, we find him leaving Plymouth with a squadron of 5 ships, bound for the Orinoco. A voyage of 7 weeks brought him to Trinidad, which, as a Spanish stronghold, he at once attacked and made himself master of, thus securing a base for future operations. These consisted of the exploration of the river in 5 open boats laden with 100 men and provisions for a month. After much hard work, Raleigh and his party threaded the tortuous streams of the delta and, quote, fell into as goodly a river as ever I beheld, called the Great Amana, which ran more directly without windings or turnings than the other, end quote. The English met with a hospitable reception by the natives wherever a story of their man-eating propensities had not traveled ahead on the wings of Spanish scandal-mongering. Raleigh was delighted with what he saw, quote, hills so raised here and there over the valleys, the river winding into diverse branches, the plains all fair green grass, the deer crossing in every path, the birds toward evening singing on every tree with 1,000 several tunes, the air fresh with a gentle easterly wind, and every stone that we stooped to take up promised either gold or silver by its complexion, end quote. He had seen enough for his imagination to far outstrip the truth, though. Indeed, the country was rich in resources. Gold, gold, gold was the cry. Of vegetable products and pastures that would feed thousands of cattle, the adventurers recked little. Raleigh sailed home without gold, but full of enthusiasm for the deposits which he felt sure he could discover if only provided with the necessary means. 22 years later, after languishing in prison for 14 years on the charge of conspiracy, his mind turned again to the shores of the Orinoco. He laid before King James I his conviction that in Guyana there existed a rich gold mine which would prove of the greatest help to His Majesty's somewhat exhausted treasury, and that it would be worth James' while to give him freedom to go and seek for it and pardon if he found it. The king, with ready cupidity, agreed to give Raleigh this chance, binding him on his honor to return if unsuccessful. Raleigh accordingly sold all he had to buy ships and equipments, and in April 1617 set sail from the Thames with his little fleet of 12 vessels, the largest of which was his own Destiny. Almost from the first, luck seemed against the gallant admiral. Scarcely had he reached South American shores when fever struck him down and reduced him to a state of pitiable weakness. Many of his men were already dead, some vessels lost, others damaged. As soon as his health permitted, he made arrangements for the exploration of the Orinoco in search of the gold mine. He himself remained off Trinidad with a few ships, dispatching 5 under the command of Captain Keymis, with George Raleigh and Walter Raleigh the Younger as his subordinates. On the way, Keymis discovered the newly built San Tomé, which a considerable number of Spaniards had made their headquarters. Not wishing to leave an enemy in the rear, Keymis at once attacked the town and took it, though not without the loss of young Walter, a terrible blow to the enterprise. George Raleigh then proceeded upstream for 110 leagues, and was struck with the fertility of the country fringing the banks, but of gold he could find none. Disheartened by the failure, Keymis ordered a retreat to Trinidad, where Sir Walter gave him a stern welcome, upbraiding him with having shown great folly in his unprovoked attack on San Tomé. So deeply humiliated was Keymis that he shot himself. Mutiny broke out in the fleet. Ships deserted one by one, and when on June 21st, 1618, Raleigh reached Plymouth, his ship was alone. Evil Destiny, it might well have been named. This want of success enraged James, and to please the Spanish king, with whom he wished to make an alliance, he condemned Raleigh to death. On October 29, 1618, the gallant soldier, sailor, and explorer died by the executioner's axe, a victim to the political ends of an ungrateful king. The history of Trinidad contains 3 great events, falling in almost the same year of their respective centuries. Columbus discovered the island in 1496, Raleigh sacked the chief town in 1595, and a British fleet finally captured the island in 1797. It is now a British colony and the center of trade with the Orinoco. 300 years after Raleigh's vain search for gold, gold was found in large quantities quite close to the scene of his explorations. The Callao mine has now passed into history, but during its palmy days, scrip holders soon became millionaires. Men who had taken shares, at first almost valueless, in exchange for food and other commodities, awoke to find themselves among the rich people of the world. Now the vein has been worked out, and the wealth seeker does not visit Guyana for its gold. Its riches lie rather in the magnificent llanos flanking the Orinoco's left bank, and the forests which stretch southward from it to the Sierra Pacarema. The last include the valuable rubber tree and the sweet-smelling tonka bean tree. The botanist finds among them many strange plants, none more welcome than the orchid. The ornithologist may secure specimens of brightly colored birds. The entomologist reaps a rich harvest of butterflies and beetles. The streams teem with fish. It will be interesting to follow the steps of a traveler up one of the numerous branches of the Orinoco. We therefore introduce the reader to Mr. Eugene Andre, a gentleman who spent many months on the Cora, a tributary which flows northwards from the slopes of the Sierra Pacarema into the main stream, joining it at a point some 400 miles from the Atlantic. Mr. Andre's business was to keep an eye very widely open for orchids, to collect birds, beasts, and flowers, and to report upon the quality and quantity of the rubber trees that grew on either side of the Cora. It has been said that every new variety of orchid that comes into the hothouses of civilized countries has cost at least one human life. This may, at first sight, appear a somewhat startling statement, but if Mr. Andre's experiences are a fair sample of the trials and dangers that usually accompany orchid hunting, we may easily believe its truth. The orchid, as every gardener knows, thrives best in a damp, hot atmosphere, which is also peculiarly fitted for the multiplication of fever germs. Consequently, to get into the heart of an orchid district, the hunter has generally to run the risk of malarial disease, a foe by no means to be despised when his only companions are a few ignorant natives. Then again, there is the savage jaguar, or tiger, or alligator to be reckoned with, and hunger and thirst are always waiting an opportunity to attack him who wanders from the beaten track. Mr. Andre left Port of Spain, Trinidad, on November 29, 1900, for a long trip to the headwaters of the Cora. He had, a couple of years previously, ascended the stream to La Prisión, a small town 70-odd miles from its junction with the Orinoco, and made a cut across country eastwards to Mount Turagua. We say cut because for a large part of the distance a path had literally to be hewn through the tangled mass of trees and creepers. Mr. Andre pays the following tribute to his guides. Quote, "The masterly manner in which the cutting of this trail had been performed was really astonishing. In the thickness of the forest, where it was impossible to see 50 yards ahead, these men, without a compass or any other instruments, had succeeded in opening a road to the foot of the mountain, of which even a trained surveyor might have been proud. No deviation from an almost straight line marred the accuracy of their work." End quote. He also draws attention to the peculiar gait of the Indians, who, when walking, keep their toes slightly turned in, and plant one foot exactly in front of the other, after the manner of a cow. Their object is to save their feet from contact with any roots or stumps concealed in the grass bordering the narrow track. To return to the second and more important journey, Mr. Andre was accompanied by a Mr. Orleans Longacre, an American gentleman interested in the rubber trees of the Cora region, Mr. Jacobson, a photographer, Mr. Villagente, a taxidermist, 2 hunters, and 3 factotums. All but the first of these were to go with him to the furthest point of his explorations. The voyage up the Orinoco impressed 2 at least of the travelers with the possibilities of the country through which they passed, and also caused them to shake their heads over the supineness of the people who could rest content to live in poverty when riches, in the shape of extensive forests and llanos, lay at their very doors. Cockfighting is far more serious a business than trade in a land where the popular motto seems to be pleasure first, duty afterwards. Every village has its cockpit, its cock trainers, and of course cock fights, at which all distinctions of rank are waived, and the peon becomes as good as a noble, or better, if he have a gamer bird to put into the ring. The extraordinary care taken over the training of a bird, its exercising, grooming, and feeding would do credit to an English racing stable. The best thing that can be said about the fights themselves is that the cocks are not allowed artificial steel spurs, though their natural weapons are filed to the sharpest possible point. 2 other forms of amusement indulged in by the Venezuelans are bullfighting and revolutions, the latter perhaps having the preference as showing the greatest sport. Arrived at La Prisión on the Cora, the party made the acquaintance of several species of ant, which had been attracted to their quarters by the sweet refuse of a primitive sugar factory. The hunting ant makes things very lively for creatures other than human beings. It is interesting, writes Mr. Andre, to sit on some log close to the living stream of destruction as it hurries along and observe the doings of these hunting ants. No leaf is left unturned, no crevice unexplored by these terrible hunters. For yards in advance of the invading army, the ground is alive with crickets, moths, and lizards. In fact, with every creature whose home is the rotting leaves and damp earth of the forest. Few living things escape. Now and again, the army throws out battalions from the sides, which hurry forwards and meet ahead, enclosing a number of victims, for whom there is no escape. An even more unpleasant fellow lodger was the hornet, large colonies of which found the ceilings of a living room much to their taste, and sharply resented any attempt to oust them. However much an entomologist may be entertained by creatures with wings and stings, the explorer, as a general rule, would prefer to dispense with the 1,000 forms of insect life that he meets on his journeys. From La Prisión, a serious expedition was made up the Nishar, a tributary of the Cora, to investigate the rubber trees of that region. We may here just glance at the work of a serenquiero, or rubber collector. He first pitches upon a spot where a number of trees grow close enough together to minimize the labor of walking from one to another. Just before dawn, when the sap is in most vigorous motion, he goes forth with his tiny axe and a supply of tin cups, flat on one side to lie close up against the bark. He cuts a few gashes in a tree and hangs a cup below them to catch the juice as it trickles out. And when his round is finished, he takes a few hours' rest while his cups are gradually filling. At 9 or 10 o'clock, he visits the trees, pouring the contents of the pannikins into larger vessels. Now comes the process of smoking the milk. For this, he makes a fire of, by preference, palm seeds. When it has been fairly started, he dips a broad piece of wood into the milk and holds it in the smoke until the adhering sap is set. Then he dips it again and smokes it again, and so on till a mass of rubber has formed round the paddle. This is then cut in half, and the parts are hung in the sun to dry. The raw rubber is now ready for export. The results of the testing were not such as to promise a good return for any money sunk in the rubber business of the Nishar. Mr. Longacre therefore went back to the Orinoco, and the remainder prepared for a long journey up the main stream of the Cora. On February 22nd, 14 men left La Prisión in 3 dugout canoes, the favorite craft for river traffic. The dugout is generally made out of cedar or sassafras, and its size may range from the bongo, of several tons burden, to a light and easily upset canoe only a few feet long. The name is somewhat misleading, as the boat is not hollowed out quite after the fashion of the toys we have all used in our childhood, and an operation requiring considerable skill has to be performed before the canoe is finished. A suitable tree is felled, and a section of the trunk is cut out. This is hacked and hewed until the vertical outline of the boat has appeared. Looked at from above, the solid block would seem much too narrow for practical purposes. But the builder knows what he is about. He digs and hacks at the interior, driving a gimlet gauge through from the outside here and there to ensure the sides being of a certain thickness. When sufficient wood has been scooped out, he lights a fire in the boat to heat the sides thoroughly and make them pliant, and while in that condition, they are forced apart at the top by inserting diagonal cross pieces of wood and hammering their one end until they are right angles to the center line of the boat. The bars are now reinforced by short planks, which act as seats and also keep the sides permanently separated. The expansion of the canoe has to be done quickly and yet carefully before the wood has cooled. By the beginning of March, Mr. Andre and his companions had reached Para, where the river suddenly falls 900 feet from the higher land beyond in a series of cataracts. A portage was made here, and the canoes were hauled to the upper river after nearly 3 weeks of hard labor. Except for 1 or 2 small rapids, the way now lay open to the headwaters of the river. The big boat had, however, been so much worn at the bottom by the Para portage that its condition caused some anxiety. At the Arichi Rapids, the rocks tore a hole in the crazy craft, but with the aid of some nails, oakum, and pitch, she was made seaworthy again. Mount Ameja soon came in sight, a precipitous mass rising like a giant fortress from the surrounding country, an object of superstitious awe to the ignorant natives. Like Mustagata, Demavend, and the long white mountain of Manchuria, its inaccessibility made it a center round which the imagination of the aboriginal might play. Its summit, so the story ran, held an unfathomable lake, the home of strange creatures, guardian goblins and demons dwelt in the clefts of the crags, looking down mockingly on such mortals as should attempt to climb into the forbidden heights. It is curious how, all the world over, natural obstacles are attributed by the ignorant minds of the people who have for generations been unable to overcome them to some supernatural power. Mr. Andre's party found that the mountain was much further from the river than it appeared to be, but when reached it afforded a grand spectacle. I have seen, says the naturalist, many lofty peaks in the Colombian Andes. The double crest of the Sierra Nevada, clothed in perpetual white, is an imposing sight, but none of these peaks can inspire that sense of awe I felt standing a helpless and insignificant atom at the foot of that mighty wall, beside which the most imposing monument erected by the arrogance of man would be but a toy. After 2 days of ineffectual search for a path to the summit, the little band turned back to the river, thoroughly drenched by a terrific thunderstorm, which the Indians interpreted as a manifestation of the mountain demon's wrath. However this may be, a terrible stroke of bad luck was in store for Mr. Andre and his companions. During the passage of the Arichi Rapids, the large boat got loose and was whirled down the foaming waters against a rock, split open, and emptied of all her contents. Quote, "Then it was that I recognized the magnitude of the disaster that had befallen me. It was in the large boat that everything of value had been placed for greater safety. The collection of birds made on the journey up and at Almeja, the first ever taken from that interesting mountain, my plants on which I relied to pay me for the expenses of the trip, the seeds, insects, herbarium specimens, samples of rock, and most valuable of all, the writing case with my journal containing extensive notes, the work of months, had all been in the wrecked boat. Jacobson's series of views of Almeja, Arichi, and Arawa, with numerous plates of scenes in the rapids and in camp, were gone forever. The work of destruction had been thorough." End quote. It was indeed a cruel loss, but even more serious was the position in which the party found themselves. Only one small boat left, and provisions for but 10 days to last them for a journey of 200 miles through an almost foodless country. The remaining boat would, even when heavily laden, carry only a part of the number. The food would be exhausted before they could build a second. They therefore separated, 4 floating downstream in the boat, while the rest painfully hacked their way through the thick forest on the banks. It soon became evident that the pedestrians could not keep up with the boat, and that if those on the water waited for their companions on shore, none of the party could hope to reach La Prisión again. Berries, an occasional bird, and the palm cabbage were sometimes obtained, but not in sufficient quantities to keep up the strength of the men battling with the undergrowth. At a spot 80 miles above the Para Falls, they decided that the Europeans and 4 natives should hurry on in the boat to try to reach La Prisión as quickly as possible and send back a relief party for those left behind. The boat, laden to the water's edge, accordingly started off, and in due course arrived at the falls, not before poor old mate, the guide, had died, worn out by hardship and starvation. The portage round the falls, being this time downhill, was an easier matter than on the first occasion, but the men were so sadly reduced in strength that even so the task proved almost too much for them. Once on the river below, the worst of their trials were over, and May 25th saw them crawl into a house at La Prisión, where they received a kind welcome and food from their former hosts. As soon as his own immediate needs had been satisfied, Mr. Andre organized a relief expedition for the poor fellows still forcing their way through the forest. His efforts were wasted, for in a few days the boat returned without any news of the people they had been sent to help, since the latter had struck across country from the river, hoping to reach a settlement where food could be got. What happened to them is uncertain, as nothing has since been heard of them. Most probably they perished among the fastnesses of the forest, which had already been the grave of many a starving wanderer. End of section 23.
Chapter 24 of The Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. Furthest Skywards. Turn up the map of South America, put your finger on the Andes, and follow them southwards till you are in the latitude of Santiago. Your fingertip will then cover Aconcagua, the highest mountain peak outside Asia. The elevation of its summit above sea level is, to be exact, 23,080 feet, or rather more than 4 1/3 miles. This mighty mass, rugged as its name, towers above the heads of surrounding crests, so that the mountaineer naturally gives it his most fixed attention when passing over the Andes from Chile to Argentina. Though 90 miles away, the mountain itself can be plainly seen on a clear day from the Pacific coast, while an observer standing on the summit — only 2 human beings have ever stood there so far as we know — may command a view extending hundreds of miles in all directions, over an area as large as that of England and Wales combined. This is an age of records and record-making. If a man wishes to become notorious, he may achieve his object by doing something which eclipses all previous performances of a similar nature. It may be fasting, swimming, club swinging. It does not matter much which. His fame will, however, be very short-lived if the performance is merely a tour de force, with no permanent results, and does not contain some element which may rightly be the object of true admiration. The explorer sometimes makes records in spite of himself. At other times, after setting out with a definite purpose of reaching spots hitherto unattained by man. But in every case, the creation of the record itself is subordinated to some higher aim than that of becoming a 9 days' wonder, and this aim is to add a brick to the great edifice of human knowledge. When, therefore, in October 1896, Mr. E.A. Fitzgerald started from England with a small party of scientific men and Swiss guides, and the deliberate intention of trying conclusions with Mount Aconcagua, hitherto unconquered by human foot, he carried in his baggage such instruments as should aid in the survey of the mountain and the surrounding country, and his companions were equipped for a thorough study of the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms of the great backbone of South America. Dr. Gusfeld, an eminent German explorer, was the first man to attack the monarch of the Andes. In 1883, accompanied by a few Chilean peasants blessed with but a small amount of courage, he set out for the snowy summit, approaching it from the northwest. At an elevation of 11,752 feet, he pitched his base camp on an open spot swept by every wind that blew. Facing him rose a gigantic wall of rock, which appeared to stretch an absolutely impassable barrier between the explorer and the uppermost levels of the mountain. While reconnoitering, he stumbled on a human skeleton, the remains of some wretched treasure-seeker, bent on finding the gold which, according to the legends of the country round, lay in profusion on the flanks of Aconcagua. At last he discovered a way through the rocky wall. With 2 Chilenos he pressed up it, and presently found himself on the top of the cliff. One of the Chilenos collapsed with frozen feet. The other stuck to him, and together they reached a point some 1,300 feet below the summit. Then a snowstorm came on, and to save their lives they had to beat a hasty retreat, picking up the cripple on the way down. Gusfeld made a second attempt with even less success, and as he and his men were now worn out, a return to Chile became necessary. Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Stuart Vines, Mr. Philip Gosse, the famous guide, Zurbriggen, and 5 Swiss and Italian porters, inured to mountaineering, reached Buenos Aires early in November. From the Argentine port, the railway carried them to Mendoza, the terminus of the Great Western Railway, and the starting point of the Trans-Andine line now being built across the mountains to join the Chilean railway which ends at Monte Rosa. At present it has reached as far westwards as Punta de las Vacas, to which point the expedition travelled over the meter-gauge track, a marvel of engineering. While the English party approached Aconcagua on the south, some members of the German Athletic Club of Santiago were following Dr. Gusfeld's footsteps on the north. So that two independent bands, separated by the mountain and ignorant of each other's movements, were making a race for the summit. It may as well be stated here that the Germans, after gallant efforts, were compelled by sickness and exhaustion to retire from the contest at a height of 21,326 feet above the sea. Two mountain streams rising in the Aconcagua glaciers unite at Punta de las Vacas. The more easterly, the Vacas, flows almost due south. The other, the Horcones, runs through a valley which lies northwest and southeast. After a few weeks spent in reconnoitering the course of both rivers, Mr. Fitzgerald decided upon the Horcones Valley as the best line of approach. A camp was therefore established near its mouth, at an elevation of about 9,000 feet, as a base for the attack on Aconcagua. Other camps were pitched at points 12,000, 14,000, and 17,000 feet, in addition to the highest camp of all, on the mountainside, 18,700 feet above the sea. All the camps were amply provisioned, so that any one might serve as a place of refuge in time of need. At an elevation of 16,000 feet, the party had their first experience of mountain sickness, or puna, as it is called in those regions. The usual symptoms are violent headache, nausea, and great physical prostration, which makes the least movement a labor. The intense cold also proved very trying, especially as the spirit stove on which they depended for the heating of food and drink refused to work at such high altitudes. It had been thoroughly tested in London, and acted there well enough, but either because the spirit was bad, or on account of a lack of oxygen in the rarefied atmosphere, it now utterly failed to do its duty. This failure much disheartened the men, as warmth in their food was almost as necessary as the food itself. Subsequently, firewood was brought up in small quantities, and used very sparingly. According to Mr. Fitzgerald, frozen tinned Irish stew is no very tempting fare, and we can well believe it. Christmas Day was not, in this case, worthy of its usual adjective. After 12 miserable hours spent in a very cramped place, says the leader in his address to the Royal Geographical Society, for our tent was only 6 feet square, with a sloping roof ending in a peak 4 feet from the ground, we crawled out upon Christmas morning. One man made a feeble attempt to greet me with a Merry Christmas. I, however, replied that to my mind it was not a Merry Christmas, and that was the last word upon the subject. In the afternoon, nevertheless, to mark the occasion, he and Zurbriggen climbed to an altitude of 19,000 feet, and had, as their reward, a most magnificent view of the far-off Pacific. On Boxing Day, the guide, most appropriately, discovered a tin box under a small pile of stones, containing Dr. Gusfeld's card, at the point where the brave German had to give up his attempt to reach the summit. At the beginning of the new year, they also made 2 vain endeavors to scale the mountain. The first time they failed, owing to the Swiss getting his feet badly frostbitten, so badly that his companions feared that amputations might be necessary. By dint of rubbing, however, they restored his circulation, taking no notice of the agonized cries which testified to a renewed movement of the stagnant blood. Any boy who has chilled his fingers with snowballing will be able to understand that the return of heat to an actually frost-bitten limb must be painful indeed. In this connection, we may quote the words of Colonel Fred Burnaby apropos of a frostbite that he got during his famous ride to Khiva. His arms and hands were the parts affected. In a few moments I awoke. A feeling of intense pain had seized my extremities. It seemed as if they had been plunged into some corrosive acid which was gradually eating the flesh from the bones. I was frostbitten. There are moments in a man's life when death itself would be a relief. It was about the day when an unfortunate criminal would have to undergo the last dread sentence of the law, and I remember distinctly the thought occurring to my mind as to whether the physical pain I was then undergoing was less than the mental agony of the poor wretch on the drop. To return to Aconcagua. The fourth attempt, made on January 14, 1897, was more successful than his predecessors. Both Fitzgerald and Zurbriggen reached 22,000 feet before the former found it absolutely impossible to go any further. Zurbriggen managed to struggle on, and when he returned to camp that evening, terribly exhausted, he announced that he had actually reached the summit, and had planted Mr. Fitzgerald's ice axe there. The elevation attained, 23,080 feet, stands as the record for mountaineering ascents, if the somewhat doubtful 23,700 feet claimed by Mr. Graham on a climb in the Himalayas be accepted. About the exact height of Aconcagua there can be no doubt, as it was taken most carefully by trigonometrical calculations based on a railway survey carried right up from sea level by Mr. E. A. Lightbody, an engineer of the Trans-Andine Line. Not content with conquering Aconcagua once by proxy, Mr. Fitzgerald decided to try again, taking Mr. Vines and an Italian porter, Nicola Santi, with him. This time he was stopped at 20,000 feet by sickness, but he urged his two companions to struggle on. That they did most manfully, even up a steep slope of loose stones covering the northwest face of the mountain. The cold and rarefaction of the air punished both men severely, and at decreasing intervals they had to rest, leaning forward on their ice axes. At last they were on the summit, a snow-free plateau 75 paces square, on which they found a substantial pyramid of stones built by Zurbriggen. Mr. Vines added to this a maximum and minimum thermometer, sealed up, together with his card, in a tin box. The next visitor will have the satisfaction of replacing the card with his own, and of seeing what temperatures have vexed the summit since February 13, 1897. The view from the top was, as may be imagined, superb. To the northwest, the line of the Pacific stood up high in the horizon, stretching away for over 150 miles. Range after range could clearly be seen between Aconcagua and the ocean. He seemed to look right down into the valleys between these ranges. To the southeast, a precipice nearly 2 miles high drops down to the glacier beneath, and Mr. Vine, looking over the dizzy edge, saw below him great masses of vapor moving about like steam in a giant cauldron. As a sequel to this victory, Mr. Vines and Zurbriggen went south and conquered Tupangato, a great dome that rises to a height of 22,000 feet, 70 miles from Aconcagua. While the climbers were attacking the summit, the scientists of the expedition kept themselves busily employed. To Mr. Fitzgerald's eye, the mountain slopes, at an elevation of 14,000 feet, were utterly devoid of animal life. Yet Mr. Philip Goss, who conducted the natural history work, found plenty of specimens: voles, water dippers, and kites, and, most extraordinary of all, a hummingbird. One morning, after sleeping in the open, he awoke and felt something sitting on the brim of his hat. It was a hummingbird, with a brilliant green breastplate. When he stirred, the little creature flew off, but soon returned to the hat, where it continued to preen itself until, after hovering round a little while, it finally disappeared. The occurrence of a hummingbird at such an altitude is more astonishing than the quantity of shrimps found by Captain Scott under the ice of the Antarctic regions. What the tiny honeysucker can have expected to pick up in the way of food among the mountains is indeed a mystery, since insect life, with the exception of some flies and tarantulas, was practically non-existent. There were even no parasites on the animals. The mules lost all their fleas, and the condors and other birds had none of their customary parasites. This short account shall be closed by the most humorous episode in the expedition. Mr. Goss came in one day with a number of insects, and as he could find no methylated spirit to preserve them in, he put them in a bottle of whiskey. While he was out collecting fresh specimens, his comrades returned, and, all unconscious of this sad misuse of good spirit, consumed the entire bottle. They did not mark or learn the names of the beetles, but they certainly inwardly digested them. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. How the Murray was found. Australia, the latest found of the great continents, is indeed a curious land. It seems to have been kept in reserve as a grand surprise for European explorers, since both its plants, fauna, and physical features appear, in some cases, to belong to an order of things long past in other parts of the world. Its fruit, rarely edible, have their kernels outside. Its trees seldom grow as forests, but are scattered about over wide expanses, and are extraordinary for their height, their evergreen leaves, their curiously twisted branches, or their leaflessness. Among animals, none are more quaint than the Australian marsupials, kangaroos, wombats, tessures, which carry their young in their pouches. And what living thing is more anomalous than the platypus, uniting a dag's bill with the body of a large mole and the habits of a water rat? Or where outside Australia will you find a wingless bird to match the apteryx, or swans that are black? Then again, the shape of Australia is unique in that its two promontories, Arnhem Land and Cape York Peninsula, run northwards instead of imitating the southerly trend of Spain, Italy, the Balkan Peninsula, Arabia, India, the Malay Peninsula, Florida, and Patagonia. Physically, Australia is a great plateau surrounded by an edging of lowlands, which have an average breadth of about 100 miles. The tableland rises to its greatest height in the east and falls gradually westwards. Its most remarkable feature is the almost entire absence of important streams, though at times the internal plains are converted by heavy rainfalls into lakes. With the exception of the Darling, the Murray, the Barcoo, and their tributaries, it possesses no rivers of any consequence, and even those mentioned often shrink into a series of isolated pools. It might therefore be reasonably expected that imported animals, trees, and plants would find in Australia an unkind mother, but so far from this being the case, all have thriven among dingy forests, which before furnished a bare sustenance for a few wandering savages. Furthermore, the advent of the settler and his flocks has changed the face of the country by some mysterious natural process. Where stunted tussock grass once struggled for existence with an arid soil, you may now see a smooth sward dotted by pools of clear water. The sheep have brought moisture with them, how is indeed an enigma. The exploration proper of internal Australia commenced in 1788, when Governor Phillip arrived in Botany Bay, New South Wales, with the first batch of transported convicts. As soon as these undesirable immigrants had been settled, a prospecting party discovered the Hawkesbury River, and pushed 60 miles up its many windings. They examined the country on its banks, and brought back conflicting reports, which represented it as at once a beautiful and a desolate region, according to the fortune that had attended their respective journeys. From that year onward the names of men who attacked the great problem of the interior became legion. Much exploration has been done by settlers in search of fresh pasturage for their sheep, who gradually felt their way across the eastern mountains, and of their individual doings little record remains. Yet in Australia, as elsewhere, certain men have, by the definiteness of their object, their determination, and the importance of their discoveries, won pre-eminence among the crowd. Charles Sturt, who found the Darling, and penetrated far into the central desert. Eyre, who first saw the Lake Torrens. Leichhardt, Stewart, Burke, Wills, Giles, Warburton, Forrest, and many others whose struggles against hunger, thirst, and heat, and in only too many cases their sad fate, filled the grimmer pages of the story of exploration. Discoveries in Australia have been but few as compared with those made in Asia, Africa, and America, where large rivers flow for thousands of miles down from huge mountain chains, and the land is in parts thickly inhabited and covered with the relics of an extinct civilization. No counterparts of the Victoria Falls has been found. Australia boasts no Everest, or Kenya, or Aconcagua. Her aborigines, the most degraded of mankind, have no history, and when they finally disappear, will leave no trace of their existence behind them. One great find, that of gold in New South Wales, Victoria, and West Australia, is of particular importance from its effect on the history of the continent, but this was more or less accidental, and not the work of geographical explorers. As water is of such value in a tropical country, our attention shall first be given to the chief river system, which rises in the mountains running almost parallel to the east coast at a distance of 100 miles, and flows west and south to the Great Australian Bight, through a depression in the tableland. The Murray and Darling have been as mines of precious metal to the greatest Australian industry, which supplies the world annually with millions of bales of wool. In 1817, Surveyor General Oxley started on an expedition to explore the course of the Lachlan River, a tributary of the Murray. Being turned back by morasses, he concluded that the country in this part of Australia was quite uninhabitable, and that the interior promised to be nothing more than a desolate wilderness. On his return homeward he fell in with the Macquarie, in which he thought he had discovered a great river that probably emptied itself on the north-west coast of Australia after a course of some thousands of miles. In 1818, full of hope, he was dispatched to follow up this river, and to his great disappointment found that it terminated in a swamp, or, as he suggested, the edge of a great inland lake. It was Oxley's misfortune to draw false conclusions on both occasions, owing chiefly to the fact that in those particular years an unusual amount of rain had fallen and given to the country an appearance which it seldom wears. 11 years after Oxley's attempts, Captain Charles Sturt, of the 39th Regiment, followed up his tracks. He, curiously enough, found the same districts smitten by a terrible drought. The emus, he writes, with outstretched necks, gasping for breath, searched the channels of the rivers for water in vain, and the native dog, so thin that he could hardly walk, seemed to implore some merciful hand to dispatch him. His principal object was to investigate the shallow ocean of reeds that had baffled Oxley on the Macquarie. With him went Mr. Hamilton Hume, 2 soldiers, and 8 ticket-of-leave men, 15 horses, 10 bullocks, and a small boat on a wheeled carriage. They soon reached the marshes. Sturt tried to penetrate the reeds, while Hume and 2 others endeavoured to turn their flank on the north side. The leader failed in his efforts, but Hume came into camp with a report of a winding sheet of water, which might be the onward course of the river, though it, too, was blocked by vegetation. Whatever way they tried, this eternal tangle of reeds crossed their path, but one day, January 31st, 1829, they suddenly stumbled on a great river, 70 to 80 yards broad, evidently very deep, and literally covered with pelicans and other wild fowl. This river, the Darling, was flanked by high cliffs, down which the thirsty men climbed to quench their thirst, aggravated by the intense heat. What was their horror and amazement to find that this noble stream was salt, too salt to drink, so that on the very edge of great discoveries they were forced to beat a hasty retreat to the Macquarie, where fresh supplies awaited them. Pushing on again towards the north-east, they struck the Castlereagh, followed its dried bed down, and once more found the Darling, 90 miles above the spot where they had first discovered it. Sturt and Hume crossed over to explore the country beyond, and found themselves in a boundless, barren plain, containing not a drop of water or a blade of grass. The Darling being salt here too, the expedition had to retire, but their disappointment was somewhat lessened by the discovery of an outlet from the Macquarie Marsh, dry indeed, but evidently the continuation of the stream in wet seasons. Next year the same explorer started out once more to get further knowledge about the Darling, which had now become a thing of great interest to the colony. This time he selected as his highway the Murrumbidgee, following westwards through the southern parts of New South Wales. Sturt's description of the land on either side is not enticing. Our route was over as melancholy a track as ever was travelled. The plains to the north and northwest bounded the horizon, not a tree of any kind was visible upon them. It was equally open to the south, and it appeared as if the river were decoying us into a desert, there to leave us in difficulty and distress. Reeds were again encountered, and the party feared that these would, as before, prove impenetrable. Sturt, however, determined to make a desperate effort to break through. He and his men built a small boat to accompany the whale boat which had been brought in sections with them, and leaving a few of his companions behind, he set out into the reeds on January 7th, 1830. To his surprise, the vegetation gradually diminished, and the voyagers had rather to give their attention to the snags and sunken trees of which the river was full. The banks closed in, the stream became more rapid, and the boats, the smallest had sunk, sped along. Suddenly, to the delight and astonishment of all, they were carried out into a broad and noble river, the Mari, as it was named after the head of the colonial department. While they swept down it, natives followed them along the banks, whether from curiosity or hostility they could not at first determine. Near the confluence of the Darling and Mari, where the river became very shallow, a long sandy spit projected nearly 2/3 of the distance across the channel, and on this spit a large number of blacks had collected, brandishing their weapons in a most threatening manner. As they approached the spit, Sturt stood up in the boat and motioned to the natives to desist, and on their refusing to do so, he levelled his gun at the nearest savage. The fate of the expedition hung in the balance, or rather on the pull of a trigger. Had a shot been fired, the whole party would probably have been massacred sooner or later. At the very moment my purpose was checked by Mr. Macleay, who called to me that another party of blacks had made their appearance upon the left bank of the river. Turning round, I observed 4 men at the top of their speed. The foremost of them, as soon as he got ahead of the boat, threw himself from a considerable height into the water. He struggled across the channel to the sandbank, and in an incredibly short space of time stood in front of the savage against whom my aim had been directed. Seizing him by the throat, he pushed him backwards, and forcing all who were in the water upon the bank, he trod its margin with a vehemence and agitation that were exceedingly striking. At one moment pointing to the boat, at another shaking his clenched hand in the face of the most forward, and stamping with passion on the sand. His voice, that was at first distinct, was lost in hoarse murmurs. 2 of the 4 natives remained on the left bank of the river, the third followed his leader to the scene of action. The reader will imagine our feelings on this occasion. It is impossible to describe them. We were so wholly lost in interest at the scene that was passing that the boat was allowed to drift at pleasure. Thus rescued from the hands of the 600 blacks, the expedition pursued its way and pulled some distance up the Darling, as Sturt felt sure it must be. They then sailed south for the coast, landing here and there to make short trips into the boundless flat on both banks. Messengers were sent ahead from tribe to tribe to warn them of the coming of the strangers and to avert any likelihood of trouble. Without encountering any noteworthy adventures, the boats reached, on February 9th, 1830, the shallow lake in which the Mari terminates. A sandbar, scarcely covered by water, separated the lake from the sea, and on the southern side a heavy surf made it impossible either to launch their boat or to receive help from any vessel that might appear in the offing. No ship, however, was in sight, and the travellers knew that for their return they must depend on their now sadly diminished supplies, and on the river which had brought them down so swiftly and would be equally difficult to ascend. The black aboriginals were an uncertain element to reckon with. Though easily quieted by a strong hand, they might respond as quickly to a call to arms. Doggedly and without complaint the men laboured at their oars, harassed by want of food and the hostility of the natives. After more than 2 months of ceaseless toil, they had fought their way back to the Murrumbidgee, where a relief party met them with provisions, just as the last ounce of flour was being served out. In less than 3 months they had travelled over 2,000 miles, and by tracking the course of Australia's greatest river, carried out the most important piece of exploration yet attempted in the island continent. Like many of his predecessors, Sturt saw in the interior of Australia nothing but unmitigated barrenness and desolation. Even the Murray and Darling were pronounced by him to be useless on account of the country they flowed through. He could not foresee the day when countless bleating flocks would roam the river banks, cropping the very vegetation that he despised. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of the Romance of Modern Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan McNellan, The Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams. Section 26, An Australian Tragedy. The dominant note in this, the last chapter of the book, is tragic. Not from any desire to give the story of exploration a sad ending, but because the wonderful feat of Messrs. Burke and Wills in crossing the Australian continent from north to south cannot be passed over unnoticed, and to notice it is to tell a sorrowful tale. The pathos is heightened by the circumstances under which this expedition was dispatched. Hitherto the journeys made into the interior had been mainly planned, financed, and executed by private enterprise, though in isolated cases the government had voted money to aid and promote the search of gold or of a lost explorer, the motive in the one case being self-interest, in the other the promptings of humanity. South Australia had offered a price of £10,000 to anyone who, at his own expense, should find his way from the southern to the northern ocean. In 1860, the reward was still unwon, in spite of a gallant attempt made by McDouall Stewart, one of Sturt's comrades, in 1845. 2 years previously, the colony of Victoria had decided on a more generous line of action, at the suggestion of Mr. Ambrose Kite, a self-made and wealthy citizen. He subscribed £1,000 towards the cost of equipping an expedition which should win for this colony the honor of first sending an explorer to the Gulf of Carpentaria. Thanks to private munificence and money from the public coffers, the Exploration Committee, as the body responsible for the organization of the expedition was named, had at its disposal in 1860 a sum of over £12,000, and preparations were made on a most lavish scale. An agent, Mr. George James Lascelles, went to Peshawar in India in search of camels and brought back 24 animals and a few native drivers. Provisions and supplies of all kinds for a 12 months' journey were provided, and every detail of outfit that would help to make traveling easier and richer in results received proper attention. With the equipment no fault could be found. But in the choice of a leader, the committee itself, composed, with 2 exceptions, of incompetent men, made the first of the grievous errors which marked the fortunes of the expedition from beginning to end. They selected Robert O'Hara Burke, Inspector of Mounted Police at Castlemaine, as the first in command. Burke was a brave and in his own calling a distinguished gentleman, yet he sadly lacked the chief qualification for this post, namely a thorough acquaintance with surveying and Australian geography. His election can only be explained on the grounds that the Victorians did not wish to go outside the colony for a leader, and that they could not find among their own citizens any tried and experienced explorer. Mistake number 2 was to give the second in command, Mr. Landels, a position which soon caused friction between him and his chief. And a further proof of want of judgment is evident from the dispatch of the expedition in August, when the dry season scourges the southern half of Australia. Of the third officer, Mr. William John Wills, it may be said that he was eminently fitted for the post of meteorologist and astronomer, though too amiable to make a firm stand against the rashness displayed by his superior. Along with these 3 men went Dr. Hermann Beckler as surgeon and botanist, Dr. Ludwig Becker as naturalist and artist, and 15 rank and file, among whom John King, Charles Gray, and William Braz were afterwards conspicuous for different reasons. All preparations being complete, the whole party paraded in the Royal Park, Melbourne, under the eyes of 10,000 citizens. The camels, hitherto unseen in Australia, attracted general attention. Everyone was gay and enthusiastic amid the pomp and ceremony that marked the opening scene of this ill-fated expedition. The historian can find a parallel, on a much larger scale, in the sailing of the Athenian fleet from the Piraeus, bound for the reduction of Syracuse, under the walls of which town the naval supremacy of Athens was utterly shattered. Burke's instructions were to strike first northwards from the Darling to Cooper's Creek, and there establish a depot as a base for a further advance. At Laidley Ponds, place whence 15 years before Sturt had started for the interior, a quarrel which broke out between the leader and Mr. Landels resulted in the return of the latter to Melbourne. Mr. Wills took his place as second in command. For the journey to Cooper's Creek, Burke permitted himself to be guided by a man named Wright, who, though merely an ignorant and uneducated overseer of a sheep station, was installed in the position left vacant by Will's promotion. This appointment had disastrous results, since Wright showed no qualities that could win the respect of his subordinates. The major part of the expedition was left behind at the Darling, while Burke, Wills, and 6 men proceeded to Cooper's Creek with 5 horses and 16 camels. On October 19th, they reached the river after a 21 days' march. Burke made a depot and sent Wright back to fetch up the main body, giving him a letter of recommendation to the committee as a satisfactory colleague. Instead of hurrying back, the ex-overseer wasted 6 whole weeks, a period of great irritation to the Cooper's Creek party. At last, Burke's hasty temper made him refuse to wait any longer. He decided to divide the little band of 8 into 2, to leave 4 men at the creek, and to make a dash for the Gulf with Wills, Gray, and King. Bray was put in command of the depot, and Burke set out, taking 6 camels, 2 horses, and 3 months' provisions, but no means for making the journey really valuable, in the absence of the botanist, geologist, and naturalist. The desire for fame seems to have entirely got the upper hand of his common sense. Dreadful was the penalty he had to pay. It is most unfortunate that Burke kept practically no record at all of his journey, and that Wills contented himself with a bald statement of the day's doings, unrelieved by the lighter touches that give soul to an explorer's logbook. We read of watercourses, ridges of red sandstone, grassy plains, plentiful game, and deep quagmires in which the animals floundered painfully. Otherwise, there is not much to notice in their progress to the Cloncurry, a tributary of the Flinders, which they followed down to the sea, or rather to the impenetrable mangrove forest which edged the gulf at the point where they struck it. The Australian continent was thus for the first time crossed from shore to shore, but how uselessly is shown by the fact that Burke fancied himself 100 miles further west than he really was when he reached salt water. An immediate return was rendered necessary by the want of provisions, which had dwindled to a total weight of 185 pounds, their future sustenance for possibly 2 months. They retraced their steps as far as the nearer edge of the stony desert to the north of Cooper's Creek, finding their troubles increase as the want of proper food sapped their physical strength. Gray fell ill and died. The 3 survivors now saw that they were merely traveling against time, so they left everything behind except their firearms and a little meat, and pushed ahead across the desert by forced marches, calculating that they would be able to last out until they reached the depot. Alas, when utterly exhausted, they stumbled into the stockade. They found that men, animals, and tents had disappeared. In despair, they called for Bray and his companions. No answer came. Burke flung himself down, overcome by the hopelessness of their position, far away from all human aid and the food that alone could save them. Wills, of a more patient temperament, searched round the camp and saw cut in the bark of a tree the words, "Dig, 21 April, 1861." They dug, and there soon came to light a box of provisions and a letter from Bray which said, quote, "The depot party of the Victorian Exploration Expedition leaves the camp today to return to the Darling. I intend to go southeast from Camp 60 to get into an old track near Ballou. 2 of my companions and myself are quite well. The third, Hatton, has been unable to walk for the last 18 days, as his leg has been severely hurt when thrown by one of the horses. No one has been up here from the Darling. We have 6 camels and 12 horses in good working condition." Unquote. The ink of the letter was hardly dry, for Bray's party had left the depot on the very day when Burke's entered it. The closing sentence, unfortunately, made the latter abandon all hopes of overtaking those in front, though had they but known that Bray was retreating by easy stages, they might, at the cost of great exertions, very possibly have caught him up. The story of Burke and Wills receives its most tragic color from this extraordinarily cruel stroke of fortune. Like the Israelitish murderer who fell stricken by the avenger's arrow at the very gates of a city of refuge, so were they within a few miles of rescue when their doom was sealed. There is no parallel in the story of the explorer. Had not the death of Gray delayed them a day, they would have been saved. In defense of Bray, it must be said that he had, as Wills himself admits in a letter that does credit to the writer's cheerfulness and gratitude, left ample provisions to take them to the bounds of civilization. And things might have ended happily after all, but for other mistakes on the part of Burke. In the first place, he decided to strike westward from the creek and try to reach Adelaide via Mount Hopeless, instead of following the route by which he had come up from the Darling. Secondly, the cache was carefully covered in again without any external marks to show that it had been disturbed, so that when Wright and Bray returned to the creek to see whether Burke's party had visited the spot, they concluded that such a thing could not have happened. They too were blameworthy because they never dug up the cache to make quite certain. Had they done so, they would have found a letter deposited by Burke giving the route that he had taken. At every turn the wrong thing was done, or the right thing left undone. The food that the wanderers took with them from the depot soon gave out, and once more they found themselves facing starvation. To pursue their intended route being obviously impossible, Wills made his way back to the depot and left a note in the cache as follows, quote, "We have been unable to leave the creek. Both camels are dead. Mr. Burke and King are down on the lower part of the creek. I am about to return to them when we shall probably come up this way. We are trying to live the best way we can, like the blacks, but find it hard work. Our clothes are fast going to pieces. Send provisions and clothes as soon as possible. William J. Wills." Unquote. He added as a postscript, quote, "The depot party, having left contrary to instructions, have put us in this fix. I have deposited some of my journals here for fear of accidents." Unquote. The words, "the best way we can, like the blacks," refer to a diet of nardoo flour made from the pounded seeds of a kind of clover, of which scarcely enough for 2 meals could be gathered in the course of a day. This diet was quite insufficient for a white man, though. If supplemented with a little fish, it sustained the native blackfellow. The mere collection and pounding of nardoo was too great a strain on men enfeebled by long privation, and Wills would neither have reached the depot nor been able to return to his companions, had not the aborigines taken compassion on him and treated him with great kindness. The want of clothes afflicted the 3 men no less than the scarcity of food. Their garments had long been reduced to rags, which offered very little resistance to the increasing cold of the long nights. The one chance now remaining to them was to seek out some camp of friendly natives where they could stay till help arrived. But Will's strength had utterly failed. He was left under a tree with an 8 days' supply of water and nardoo, while the others started to look for succor. It never came for poor Wills. He died alone in the wilderness, calm and resigned, like a good and gallant man. The last entry in his notebook shows the state of his mind. Quote, "My pulse is at 48 and very weak, and my legs and arms are nearly skin and bone. I can only look out, like Mr. Micawber, for something to turn up, but starvation on nardoo is by no means very unpleasant, but for the weakness one feels and the utter inability to move oneself, and as far as appetite is concerned, it gives me the greatest satisfaction." The next day, June 27th, Burke also succumbed, and at his own request was left unburied, a pistol in his right hand. King managed to stagger on and make friends with some natives, among whom he lived until rescued 2 months later by one of the relief parties sent out to scour the country in all directions. King was able to show to Mr. Howitt, the leader of the relief, the spot where lay the body of Burke, now reduced to a skeleton. His remains were wrapped in a Union Jack and reverently buried, and the same honor was done to those of Wills. In 1862, the people of Melbourne sent Howitt again to Cooper's Creek to exhume and fetch home the bones of the explorers to the capital, where they were accorded a public funeral, and where a splendid monument was afterwards reared in memory of the man who took a leading part in the first crossing of Australia. Reversing the words of Shakespeare, the Melbournians allowed whatever errors had been committed by the brave 2 to be buried with them, and their achievements to live in everlasting marble. Perhaps his tragic fate has given to Burke, in the estimation of his countrymen, a place disproportionate to the actual value of his long journey. We cannot imagine that he was a braver man than 100 other explorers, while we know that most excelled him in judgment. Yet he did in his own fashion what he wished to do, and if anyone would cast a stone at him, let him think of that awful moment at Cooper's Creek when the starving man reached the deserted camp. This chapter cannot be closed without some reference to Mr. John McDowell Stuart, who is making a journey from north to south simultaneously with the explorers whose fortunes have just been recorded. While they took a line which, roughly speaking, followed the western boundaries of the 3 eastern colonies, Mr. Stuart, starting 5 months later, devoted all his energies and well-tried skill to a route some hundreds of miles further west on a line that would practically bisect Australia, and in the course since taken by the overland telegraph. Stuart was a firm believer in the good old motto, "If you don't succeed at once," etc. He made no less than 5 attempts to cross the interior plateau, and from each journey brought back much valuable information, for which he was but shabbily requited by the South Australian authorities. Not daunted by his failures in 1858 and 1859, he set out a third time in 1860, attracted by the reward offered to the first man who should march from ocean to ocean, and reached Mount Stewart, where, in the center of Australia, he proudly unfurled the Union Jack. After penetrating some miles further north, he was compelled by the usual enemies of the explorer, hunger and thirst, to beat a retreat south again over his northward path, though not till he had done a great deal of useful work in the way of reconnoitering the country. In 1861, a fourth try was very nearly successful. He got as far north as a point only 60 miles south of the Victoria River, which flows into the Cambridge Gulf, and then found further progress barred by impenetrable thorny scrub. To his bitter disappointment, he was once more obliged to sound the retreat. He arrived back in Adelaide shortly before the sad news of Burke's fate was brought to that city. The new year, however, saw him start for his final attempt, which had a very practical object, namely, to decide the best route for the overland telegraph. On this occasion, when the 17th parallel had been crossed, he worked further east than before, and to his great delight struck the Adelaide River, which led him down to the Clarence Strait between the mainland and Melville Island. Not far from the shore, his party hoisted the Union Jack on a tall palm tree, at the foot of which they buried a tin box containing a declaration to the following effect, quote, "The exploring party under the command of John McDouall Stuart arrived on this spot on the 25th day of July, 1862. Having crossed the entire continent of Australia from the Southern Sea to the Indian Ocean, passing through the center. They left the city of Adelaide on the 20th of October, 1861, and the most northern station of the colony on the 21st day of January, 1862. To commemorate the happy event, they have raised the flag bearing his name. All well, God save the Queen." Unquote. During the return journey, Stuart suffered terribly from scurvy, and when he entered Adelaide, 1,800 miles from the Adelaide River, he was but a shadow of his former self. The same day, by a curious chance, Howitt's search party reached the city with the box containing the remains of Burke and Wills on their way to Melbourne. While the dead were honored with statues, the living received from the government a grant of £2,000 and a lease of land rent-free for 7 years. Stuart was also presented with a gold medal and a watch by the Royal Geographical Society as a recognition of the valuable services he had rendered to the country in the series of explorations that had robbed him of health and strength. End of chapter 26. End of the Romance of Modern Exploration by Archibald Williams.